Live from a rainy and dreary city of Milwaukee by the lake, Fox Sports Ohio presents Cincinnati Reds baseball. Roof closed today as the Reds and Brew Crew are ready to battle in Game 3 of the three-game set. The series win is on the line as these two teams have split the first two. Hi, hello, and welcome to Milwaukee, everyone. Along with the crafty left-hander Chris Welch, I'm George Grant. He's got his lucky tie on today, and the Reds could use some luck. Home run baseball last night. Phillips, he hit a home run for the Reds, a two-run shot. Braun and Weeks homered to trump the Reds, though, and it was a 3-2 win for the Brew Crew.
Well, you know, it was a 3-2 win. The Reds only had 2 hits last night, so you can't expect to win a lot of ball games when you don't get your offense going. That's going to be the key for them this afternoon. They've got a tough customer to try to beat, Giovanni Gallardo, a right-hander that was their opening day starter. He's got a big overhand curveball, very much like their closer. You can't chase the pitches out of the strike zone against Gallardo. It's going to be tough.
Good offense teams, both of them, and the stars of this series have been, beginning with the Reds, Brandon Phillips. 3 hits in Game 1, the home run in Game 2. He's been red hot, Chris.
Well, where would this team be without Brandon Phillips? That's the question. It doesn't matter what slot you put him in the lineup. He seems to come through. Last night, again, the cleanup spot, he had a home run to put the only runs on the board. There's the swing. He went way down to golf that one out of here. And while teams are pitching around Joey Votto, it's very important for Brandon to continue.
Ricky Weeks had the big swing yesterday. He's got 4 hits. That home run was the game winner yesterday. He's lethal at the top of the order.
Are we finished trying to throw this guy fastballs or what? I mean, Bronson Arroyo made him look terrible the other night with a variety of off-speed pitches, and then Logan Ondrusek throws him a fastball pretty much down the middle. He lines it on out of here for the game winner last night. This guy is quick on the heater. Don't try to challenge him anymore.
What a week it's been for Ryan Braun, new $105 million contract, player of the week. And Boom, a couple of home runs in this series. What an offensive player.
Well, he shows you how strong he is on that pitch by Mike Leake. A little bit of a slider that he gets up. He hits it a long way the other way. Just a solid, everyday, Major League superstar hitter. I mean, if you could do that, if you can put him in that category, yes, you can. And Prince Fielder as well. So this offensive team the Brewers have is very difficult. Not going to be an easy challenge for Sam LeCure.
The Reds had won the first 4 between these two teams. Brewers won yesterday. Who's going to pack up a W today? That's coming up next on Fox Sports Ohio. goodness for the roof. Without it, we would have had rain 3 consecutive games here at Miller Park. As it is, everybody's cozied in. Over 30,000 the last 2 games. They're still filing in for game 3 of this series. Sam LeCure for the Reds. Giovanni Gallardo for the Brew Crew.
You know, if you're a power pitcher, George, it's nice to have an extra day off time and again, but if you're more of a field pitcher like Sam LeCure, that can work as a disadvantage. He's got to be able to really feather his pitches to the edge of the strike zone. He's not afraid to pitch inside. You see what he's done. First couple of starts, 11 innings, 4 hits overall. Last start, he got a loss his last time out where he gave up 4 home runs to the Diamondbacks. He wasn't happy with it. He's capable of a lot better. Now, Giovanni Gallardo was the opening day starter for the Milwaukee Brewers. This guy is a really good pitcher. I mean, he's an overhand fastball pitcher. He wants you to chase that high heater. And when you do that, he also sets himself up to throw that curveball. He struggled his last couple of starts. He gave up a lot of runs his last time out against the Washington Nationals and then against the Astros. But he's a lot better than he shows. And every year that he's pitched out here as a major leaguer, his earned run average is under 4. So he's a quality pitcher, and it's going to be a tough day today for the Reds hitters. They've got to figure out a way to grind it out.
Coming up, we'll grind it out for game 3. We'll flip this game around next on Fox Sports Ohio.
By State Farm. State Farm agents are there when you need them. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com. By your local Ford dealer. Drive one. By Cincinnati USA. Come for the Reds, stay for more fun. Book your trip at cincinnatiusa.com. And by Skyline Chili. When you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time.
Statue of Robin Yount, number 19, the Hall of Famer outside this ballpark. Inside the ballpark, Giovanni Gallardo ready to go to work, facing Drew Stubbs, top of the order. A bouncer past Betancourt, and Stubbs starts it off the right way with a base hit to left field. The Reds have the leadoff hitter on. Let's take a look at the Cincinnati batting order for Dusty Baker. Baker shuffling it around at the start of the series so far, working pretty good. Jay Bruce in the 2 spot, Brandon Phillips in the 4 spot behind Joey Votto. And against this Milwaukee team, Bruce at 296 for his career, Votto 306, and Phillips 301. Hannigan catching LeCure. That's your Dusty Baker batting order. There's Gallardo. Nice to get him to work from the stretch early, Chris.
Well, you want to do that, especially when he's working from the stretch with Drew Stubbs on base. He's the best stolen base threat the Reds have. Gallardo's a pretty good pitcher. I mean, he's a guy, and he puts in rarefied air when he has more strikeouts than innings pitched in his career. That puts him among the best in all of baseball. Big curveball. He throws a high four-seam fastball. He'll get you to chase it if you're not careful. But if you look against the Reds, I mean, he has had some trouble against Reds hitters. Stubbs is hitting .333. Jay Bruce is hitting .545 with a home run and 3 driven in. Votto, Phillips, all those guys have had good success against Gallardo. Hope that continues today.
Stubbs has stolen 8 of 9. A little bit bigger league, not going here. That's in there. The home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson, for this afternoon's final of the 3-game set. Marty Foster's down at first. Bill Welke, the younger of the 2 Welke brothers, the umpire at second. And the crew chief out of Minnesota, Tim Tashida. Here's Jay. Bruce hit a home run in game number 1 of the series. Was 0 for 3 with a walk yesterday.
You can steal a base off Giovanni Gallardo. In fact, the last 3 years, the league has been 31 stolen bases success and only 9 throw them out. So he's a guy with kind of a big leg kick, deliberate to the plate. If you pick the right count, you should be able to get in second, no problem.
Brewers overshift, and there's a bouncer. Great job by Bruce. Bounced into center field. Stubbs, who's on the run, will go all the way to third. Throughout this series, the Brewers have overshifted on Jay Bruce. And rather than pull the ball to the right side, Dusty during batting practice yesterday said, look left. And that's exactly what Jay Bruce does here. He takes a big advantage of the hole on the left.
Well, I think on a 2-1 count, what you're going to see is Drew Stubbs off, and Jay Bruce, who's been mired in somewhat of a slump. You take the pressure off a hitter when you put the hit and run on. Now you're telling him, hey, just get the ball in play, put it on the ground. That ball is on the outer part of the plate, and Jay Bruce hits it the other way where he'd like to hit it with a normal swing, but with a hit and run, it makes it a lot easier to do so. First and third go the Reds here in the first inning.
See Mark Berry, the third base coach for the Reds. And as usual, Billy Hatcher's down at first. Here's Joey. Votto steps in overall at .373. 4 homers, 12 knocked in. In his career, .306 and 12 home runs against the Brewers.
Can't really pitch around him right here. Picked up a couple of walks yesterday. The Brewers have been very tentative about challenging Joey Votto. He's seeing the ball well, but with runners on base in the first inning, Gallardo's got to come after him.
First and third, nobody out. Middle of the infield double play depth, so they'll concede the run at third to try to get 2. Joey trying to give the Reds something that they have not had a lot of in the last week and a half. That's productive at bats with runners in scoring position. Not just home runs, but even fly ball out, sacrifice flies. Joey's been outstanding for the Reds with runners in scoring position. He's at .357. Only better than him on this club is Brandon Phillips, who's behind him at .385 coming into today. Cairo in small at bats is 4 for 8 at .500. So those guys have produced.
Green lighting him right here, I guarantee.
Yes, sirree. 3-0. A strike, but up and away. So Joey. And Chris, that 3-0 green light means you look for 1 pitch, huh?
Well, yeah, and some guys feel more comfortable hitting 3-0 than others. I mean, there's an old saying that says you get the same pitch 3-1 as you get 3-0.
Let's see. From the stretch, Gallardo. Hit pretty good, left center field. Going back, looking up. Guess what? That's going to be gone. What a way to start. Boy, did the Reds send a message early after losing last night. The most valuable player in the National League, that's V for Votto, that's V for victory, that's V for MVP. And Joey drills a 3-run home run, and the contingent of Reds fans, there's a bunch of them here behind the dugout, get a chance to say thank you very much. Well, safe and secure is Joey Votto, and safe and secure at home for New York life is Joey Votto. Safe and secure, New York life. That's a big boy home run the other way, Chris.
Well, you know, it takes a big boy to hit it opposite field in this ballpark. We saw Fielder do it last night, Ryan Braun do it last night, and of course the Reds' big bopper, Joey Votto's got plenty of forearm to get it on out of here.
Not often you see that emotion from him, do you?
Well, you know, this is a very important game for the Reds.
Yep.
They've struggled recently. I mean, they only won 1 game of each of the last 2 series they had at home. They won 1 game in the series against St. Louis. They come in here with the rubber game. This is a big game emotionally for this ball club, and you lean on your big guy to do something early on, and he doesn't.
So the Reds put a 3-spot up early, lead at 3-0. For Joey, a smile on his face and a home run number 5 on the year. That's 15 runs batted in, and his 13th career home run against the Brew Crew. Stubbs started it with a hit. Bruce continued it, and Votto put the exclamation point on the first 3 batters. Dribble down to third. McGee got him. That's kind of a Bronx cheer as the Brewers fans finally see their first out of the first. But check your 4 defensive alignment in the outfield. For the first time this year, Corey Hart is in the lineup to start a game. Came off the disabled list, so it's Braun, Gomez, and Hart. Around the infield, Casey McGee, who jammed his left thumb 2 nights ago, is back in the lineup. Betancourt Weeks, the double play combo. Fielder down at first. And Jonathan Lucroy, who started the year on the DL, back in the lineup too. In fact, this is the projected starting lineup that the Brewers would have had opening day in Cincinnati. It's the first time they've put it out there, Chris. So talking to Ron Renicky before the game, he said, for me, it's like opening day number 2, because this is the first time I've had my lineup out there.
Now, they started the season very slowly. Well, they were swept in Cincinnati. Then they had a couple of winless games here in Milwaukee before they finally came back. And now they're ahead of the Reds in the standings. So they've played a lot better recently, even before they've gotten to full strength. You bring Zach Greinke back into the rotation, and now you're talking about a pretty good ball club.
There's Johnny Gomes hitting 5th today. Swing and a miss.
He's had his problems with Gallardo, mainly because Gallardo's got that real good right-handed breaking ball. Has an overhand curve, throws a slider too. If Johnny pulls off that ball at all, he's going to have some problems.
1 ball, 2 strikes. When you say he's had his problems, that translates into a 182 average overall, 2 for 11 in his career against Gallardo.
Has hit a home run, but you know, Gomes will run into one. If you give him enough at bats, he's going to hit his share of homers.
So Johnny G digs in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. He works back even. I mean, every pitcher is different, Chris, but you've been a starter. To get the leadoff batter on, whether it's Drew Stubbs or Ricky Weeks, to work from the stretch right away often gets a starter off their game.
Well, you want to get him in the first inning. I mean, most every starter out there has some problems throughout the first inning from time to time, and Gallardo is no exception. And I think when you've got a curveball pitcher like Gallardo, who sometimes that curveball doesn't translate well from the bullpen to the mound to starting the ball game. It takes you a few pitches to kind of get in the groove. If the guy hits the first pitch of the game for a base hit, now all of a sudden you got a speedster on first base. You're thinking about a stolen base, hit and run. Next thing you know, you're facing a number 3 hitter, MVP in the league. You get behind him, and you've got to come in with a strike. And that's where Giovanni finds himself this afternoon, down 3-0.
Well, here's Cairo. Miguel back at third, steps in at 279, a homer, 7 knocked in after the walk to Gomes. And of all the things statistically that seemed like an anomaly this year, Johnny Gomes. I mean, last year he had only 39 walks on the year. That's his 19th walk already this year. Much more selective.
He's out to prove that he is more than just a swing at everything kind of a hitter, that he's going to run into fastballs for home runs, and that's the only pitch he can hit. I think he's got a little edge on his, or chip on his shoulder about that.
Trying to get his 5th stolen base, and he does. Got a good break, a 2.5 step break before the pitch delivered, so Lucroy didn't have much of a chance.
I'll tell you, Gomes is deceptively fast too. I mean, coming up in the minor leagues, he told me that he was oftentimes the fastest guy on the team. He's played center field, he's played shortstop before as an amateur, and he's just ahead of that sweep tag by Ricky Weeks.
So the Petaluma California Express picks up his 5th stolen base. He's been caught only once. He's in scoring position for Cairo, who's been successful 4 of 8 times so far this year in this situation. Miguel again becomes a very important component for Dusty Baker, with Scott Rowland on the disabled list, filling in at third, and you know he'll fill in at first and second as well. Just gives you good at bats time and time again. At the very least, you want a ball to the right side here, move the runner over. Bloop towards center, sink in, that'll drop for a hit. Gomes had to wait. Gomez was playing shallow in left center and still couldn't get to it. So Johnny had to wait. No chance to get a quick break, and that'll get Rick Kranitz out of the dugout pronto. And you know, we've talked a lot about Gallardo, and here's a delivery and the base hit. But Chris, one of the factors that you look at his record, he's been 2-0 at home this year and 0-1 on the road, but consistently, whether it's home or road, when he pitches during the day, he struggles.
Well, this year especially, and you know the funny thing about it is, in this ballpark, Miller Park, when it's sunny outside, hitters complain about the background. There's a glare that comes in through the windows down the right field stands, and the sun will shine against that hitter's eye, and it makes it very difficult to pick up. This area right here is the hitter's eye. But on today, it's a rainy, overcast day, so that should not be a factor. It's a lot better hitting day here today than it would be if it was sunny.
Remember when Ben Sheets pitched here, there's a day-night breakout, Chris, and this is dramatic when you talk about Gallardo's career.
Yeah, but the sample size is still very small, only 5 games pitched. If you look him up career-wise, it's not all that bad.
Fly ball, runner tagging. Here comes Hart's throw to the plate. Going to be close. He's going to be safe. Great break by Johnny Gomes in a perfect slide. Corey Hart's got a cannon in right field, and Gomes scores on the sacrifice fly. So once again, the Reds cash one in. Paul Janisch picks up his 8th run batted in on the sacrifice fly.
Overall team speed. This is a very athletic Reds team, and Janisch picks on the first pitch. Corey Hart, yes, he's got a good arm, and he makes a nice throw right here. And it's just a slide to the outside part of the plate. LaCroix gives Johnny Gomes just the edge out there to be able to hit with his foot, and just ahead of that tag.
There are a lot of ways to evaluate base running. Sometimes it's just speed, sometimes it's getting a good break, and it's also the slide. Well, he got a good break, and he had a perfect slide.
Gotta love that enthusiasm. I mean, you know what? It's contagious. You watch the guy play, and you want to go down there and chest bump him.
Luke Croy's trying to block the plate. He had to come up and get the ball, and that allows just enough of a seam for Johnny G to score, and the Reds lead it early 4-0. Now, people lead in different ways. Hannigan takes a strike. I mean, the presence of a guy like Scott Rowland is undeniable. Just his presence in the clubhouse and on the field, and by numbers too. You know, Ken Griffey Jr. led by the way he played on the field, the way he conducted himself between the lines. And every team is led in different ways, and Johnny Gomes gives this team a little bit of energy that was needed. Left sinking. Here comes Braun. He won't get there, and that's another base hit. Well, after the win last night, the Brewers thought they were off the schneid against the Reds, their first win this year, and they were looking at continuing that today. And how do you make a statement? The Reds are doing it here in the first.
Well,
5 hits and 4 runs.
In the first game of this series, the Reds scored 6 runs in their second inning. They had one big inning of outpouring offense, and it seems like they're getting it together early on. Nobody up in the bullpen for the Brewers. Right now, they're shell-shocked.
Trying to help himself. Here's Sam. LeCure looking for his first hit of the year. First and second for the Reds. Waves at that for a strike.
Always a good sign for a starting pitcher when you get the bat in the first inning.
You'll take that, won't you?
Doesn't happen nearly enough. On the other hand, not a good sign when you're pitching and you're facing a pitcher in the first inning.
Mm-hmm. In the air to right. Hart going over. Will he have room? He will. He's got it. But the Reds get it in the first. Single by Stuggs. Single by Bruce. Joey Votto's 5th homer. 3-0 Reds, and now they lead it 4-0. became an MVP. The Reds' number 19 has given the Reds an early cushion. They lead at 4-0 going to the bottom of 1. Let's take a look at Ron Renick's batting order for the Milwaukee Brew Crew. Ricky Weeks homer last night, the difference in the ball game. Carlos Gomez over from Minnesota in the number 2 spot. Ryan Braun, player of the week last week. Silver bat winner and all-star year after year. Prince Fielder right behind him. He's gotten off to a great start, about 100 points over where he usually is for his career in the month of April. Casey McGee, after jamming his thumb, is back in the lineup. Corey Hart off the disabled list, pinch hit last night. It's his first start of the year. Betancourt came from Kansas City. He's in at short, and the catching tandem of Lucroy and Gallardo will cap off the lineup. Here's Sam, Chris.
Well, it's his 4th start overall, his 5th ball game. He's had several extra days rest because he hasn't pitched since April the 19th against the Diamondbacks. In that ball game, he gave up a career-high 9 hits, a career-high 5 runs, and 4 of them came on home runs. That was also a career high, but what he didn't do was walk anybody. So when your team spots you a 4 spot to start the ball game off, you go out and throw strikes. I'm sure Sam LeCure will do that today.
Well, that's been the process that Reds pitching has gone through in this series. Neither Arroyo nor Leake have put too many people on base. Last night, Mike Leake went 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs. He did not walk a batter, and that kept the game close. There's Ricky. That's a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. He'll pump him in there, won't he?
Well, this is a good fastball hitting team. LeCure with that first pitch off speed pitch was the 3rd Reds pitcher in a row to start the game with something other than a fastball.
Oh, 2. That's up high. Weeks, like Drew Stubbs for the Reds, susceptible to the punch out. He has struck out 21 times this year. Stubbs 26 coming into today. But a unique blend of power for these 2 guys, too. Each can drill the ball out of the ballpark. Ricky at 297, 6 homers, 9 knocked in.
You know, you pitch them about the same way, too. They're both susceptible to the off-speed pitch. They don't look nearly as comfortable hitting a breaking ball, especially Weeks, than they do a fastball. This guy's got a quick bat. He proved it last night.
Former Golden Spikes winner, shortstop from Southern University, and there he goes for the 22nd time. Punched out number 1. Let's check your forward defensive alignment for the Reds. Cincinnati comes in 4th in the league defensively. The Brewers are 1st. They've been outstanding. In the outfield, Gomes, Stubbs, and Bruce. In the infield, Miguel Cairo's back at 3rd with Roland on the DL. Giannis, who started at 3rd last night, is at short, and as usual, Phillips Votto on the right side, and Hannigan back in the lineup catching Sam LeCure. That's the forward defensive alignment for the Reds. Here's Carlos Gomez in at 250. He's been great against the Reds in the last couple of years. He's 11 for 23. That's 478. So he's played some outstanding baseball against Cincinnati. 2 hits in this series. Just missing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Braun on deck. You mentioned it the other day in St. Louis, Chris. It seemed like every time you turn around that Albert Pujols was in the on-deck circle, and every time you turn around here, you got Braun or Fielder looking at you from the on-deck circle. That's a big chunk of offense.
That's why you throw strikes to the guys ahead of him, especially when you got Ricky Weeks and Carlos Gomez. Gomez has not really done a great job in getting on base. You know, what I've seen out of him in this series is kind of an uppercut swing. He's got good speed. He ought to be a guy to beat the ball down on the ground and try to hustle it out of first base, but he's trying to go yard here, and that's a tough place to do that.
Sawed him off. Who's going to take charge? Cairo will. Backpedaling is LeCure, almost tripped over the mound in the rosin bag, and alertly Cairo bails him out, 2 away.
They don't let pitchers catch a pop-up. You know that.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, let an athlete come over and take that pop-up. How many times does a pitcher hear that? Well, every time a ball goes up in the infield, he starts to call it. I never could figure it out why they want an infielder running across the mound, make a running catch on a pop-up when you got a guy standing right there on the rubber that ought to be able to catch in his hip pocket. they just cannot shake that moniker of being a non-athlete, no matter how hard a pitcher tries.
But you know better than anybody, Chris, there is a difference. You know that all it takes is one misstep, whether you're throwing or trying to catch on the mound. The imbalance of the hill, sometimes, even though you're a good athlete, sometimes. How many times you see a bad throw off the mound just because you're going from high to low? Well, there's Braun. Ho hum, 372, 9 homers, 21 knocked in. 3 straight silver bats. California guy who went to the University of Miami, then rocketed to the third base job coming up in May of his rookie year, and he's been brilliant ever since. The owner of a new $105 million extension that, combined with the extension that he signed a couple of years ago, makes him a Brewer until 2020. The money they offered Prince Fielder that Fielder turned down last year, Braun accepted. So Brawny's going to be a Brewer, and he wants to remain. He's alluded to Robin Yount, said, I'd love to finish my career in Milwaukee. The question is, will Prince? Fielder will be a free agent at the end of this year. Last night, talk about the home run that Votto hit. Same story for Braun. The ball just jumped off his bat.
First pitch slider that he hung right there. It seems, though, that when the Reds have taken care of Braun, they've effectively pitched him inside at some time during the at-bat. Leake ate him up with a fastball to strike him out the first time. So Braun's thinking, hey, next time he's going to lead me off with something away. Leake did, and he hit it opposite for a home run. Kid's some kind of strong.
Line drive. Here comes Bruce. Got it. Well, that's the power. He came in, but the ball was hit so hard and almost sailed over his head. But 1, 2, 3 for Sam. LeCure gets through the first. Bruce gloves it. Bruce will be up second when we return. Storylines brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. These two teams, 3 series left. Only one here in Milwaukee. Brewers will come to Cincinnati May the 30th through June the 1st. And then the Reds will return the next week for their final trip to Milwaukee. Dusty Baker, 18 years of managing. Ron Renneke, his first. 8 years. Sitting next to one of the best managers in the game of baseball, either as a line coach or a bench coach, Mike Scioscia. Drew Stubbs hits it to center. It'll stay in the park, though. And Chris, I think we both saw it early. Stubbs flies out number 1. Jerry Narron, the former Reds manager, is the bench coach for Ron Renneke. Great baseball man and maybe one of the best bench coaches around.
You mean baseball guy?
Baseball guy. His son Connor signed in the Orioles organization.
Good player, switch hitter.
Outstanding player. And he was a great addition to the Reds organization when he was a bench coach, and then for a period of time a manager as well. Well, second time, at batting practice yesterday, Dusty Baker hammered into Jay Bruce. If they're giving it to you, take it. In Chris's 2 at bats, he took the left side for base hits.
Well, he didn't do it last night, but he was studying the video today. He was studying his own swings last night, along with his batting coach, Brooke Jacoby, and he was studying Giovanni Gallardo. It makes it a lot easier when a pitcher goes up in the zone. Very easy to hit that ball the other way, but you've got to be committed to it. And that is the next step for Bruce, to be able to kind of make the next step, is to hit the ball where it's pitched.
Joey did last time up, took one that was a little bit away and drilled it to left center for his 5th homer to give the Reds a 3-0 lead. Sometimes shifts force you to do what you should do. And for Jay Bruce, when he goes to the left side, he's a much better hitter.
Hit it where it's pitched. That ball on the outer third, and he stays behind it, tries to hit it late. Every hitting coach out there tries to preach that, but sometimes tough to do. It's a lot easier to say it up here than it is to actually do it in the batter's box.
2-0 to Joey. Misses away, and it's 3-0.
Gallardo wanted that one. What he doesn't realize is that when you were named MVP, the strike zone's a little smaller the next year.
There's the Albert Pujols strike zone and the Joey Votto strike zone, right? And probably rightly so.
Well, it's the way it is. Whether you like it or not, umpires will tell you that they call it according to every pitch and so on, but they're human beings.
Well, Leake and Arroyo made their money the last 2 nights with first pitch strikes. Gallardo now has thrown a first pitch ball more often than not today.
I'm wondering if that's has something to do with his individual matchups against these hitters against the Reds. A lot of these guys have hit very well against him. So when you know that as a pitcher, you're going to be a little tentative. Instead of really attacking him, you think, I've got to make a great pitch on every pitch in order to get him out.
Runner going, bounce to the right side. Weeks will flag it down, but they will not have a force at second, so the runner advances. Very simple, but you get a runner in the scoring position. Even though it's an out, that's a good at bat.
Well, again, it comes back to the slow, deliberate delivery that Giovanni Gallardo has to home plate.
There's Brandon. He bounced to third first time up. With 2 away, another runner in scoring position for the Reds. We've been here for some great moments, Chris. We were here for the final game at County Stadium. You and I did that game. Elmer Descends won that. Michael Tucker hitting a home run, and it was a very special occasion when they brought back all the old Brewers and Milwaukee players too. Henry Aaron and Warren Spahn was here that weekend, and then they brought in Ben Sheets, who had just pitched for the Olympic team on that final day. They flew him in just after the Olympics, and I always remember Ben Sheets the first time he came in here. Here's the 1-0, and you alluded to the fact when it is bright and sunny, this is a tough place to play in and as a fielder to perform in. And I remember being around the batting cage once, and somebody said, boy, it's horrible to play on a day like this. And Ben Sheets said, are you kidding me? He said, I love every minute of it. As a pitcher, it's very distracting. Today, that's not a factor. But normally a day game here, it's so tough to see the baseball. Sky to right. Well, hard is under it. Got it, and that'll do it. Reds get a hit, nothing to show for it. To the bottom of 2, Prince Fielder due up. FoxSportsOhio.com's Hall of Fame baseball writer, the real McCoy, Hal McCoy, right now for a live in-game chat. Plus, Zach Jackson explores what the Bengals need in the draft. Only on FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Draft coming up tomorrow. Bengals pick 4th. Zach Jackson will fill you in on what might happen. So pile it up, and you always get something special from the Hall of Famer, the real McCoy, the Dean. Great to see Hal still involved in Reds baseball. Well, while Gallardo threw first pitch balls to 8 of the first 12 batters, Sam LeCure has been a different story. He's been pumping in strikes. You talk about baseball being a game of adjustments. When Prince first came up, and he tried to pull everything, but boy, has he made adjustments. It's almost like he's trying to force you to go away, and that's resulted in some big games against the Reds. He's overall in his career against the Reds .478, and more often than not his hits have been to the left side. Tries to inside out this, and we'll end up with a fly ball that will take charge of. Stubbs will. Get the big guys out. A fly ball by Braun, a fly ball by Fielder. And here comes Casey McGee.
Well, right now, Sam LeCure is throwing all his pitches for strikes. That last pitch was a changeup. So you take a little bit of the power away from the hitter when you get him in a situation where he's got to hit your changeup, especially when it's down in the zone.
Here's McGee, overall .294. Had 2 hits in game 1 of the series. Sat out yesterday after jamming his left thumb. It's still taped under that glove, his hitting glove. Could have been worse than it eventually appeared, because he bounced into Joey Votto and jammed the hand against Votto's shoulder. Another fly ball. 2 away. You hear the applause, and deservedly so. They've been waiting to get this guy back in the lineup. He pinch hit last night and got a standing ovation. Likeable young man, Chris, who you and I have gotten to know over the last few years. Pulled an oblique muscle, was on the disabled list, and he's ready to go now.
Well, it's taken a while. You know, those side muscles that you pull along your rib cage, every time you sneeze, cough, turn, you risk re-injuring it and going back to square one. So it's taken him a while. Started the All-Star game, and he's a fan favorite here.
Nubbed to short. Here's the cannon across the infield, and that'll do it. So far, so good. 6 up, 6 down for Sam LeCure. Giannis due up 3rd when we return.
Wayne, you know, with the day off tomorrow, we'd have a nice day off, not our heads in the sand. But, you know, I think we're doing all right. You know, we're still at the top of our league, and we got these division games, you know, back-to-back with St. Louis and here. But, yeah, it would be nice to get on that point happy.
Smiling side of the scoreboard sure does help, doesn't it? And a getaway win and a day off coming would be a nice way to cap the road trip. After losing 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Reds would love to finish a 500 trip. Coming into today, the Reds are 7-6 at home, 5-6 on the road. The Brewers 8-4 at home, and after that opening 3-game series loss to the Reds, 4-7 on the road. Now sometimes, Chris, they talk about closers having short memory to forget about what happens, like Axford on the home run opening day. Same thing for Johnny Gomes. He struck out 4 times in game 1 of the series. Did have a base hit, but 4 strikeouts, and boom. Wipe it away. Forget about it. Come back the next day. Just to get him at first. 1 away. Here comes Cairo. Don't forget, Saturday, April 30th, join Jay Bruce and Ryan Hannigan at the PNC Bank located in Hyde Park off Paxson Avenue for PNC players for the Planet E-Waste Days. Drop off your e-waste and recycle your old electronics, plus donations of $10 per car. We'll receive 2 tickets to a future Reds game. For more information, visit reds.com/appearances. This Cairo singled in the first. Put a team together, you start with your starting lineup, and for the Reds, you know the names that will entail. But so often over the course of a 6-month season, it's the guys that are on the bench that make so much of a imprint on your season. And Miguel Cairo last year was a key component, filling in at first, at second, at third, when each of those players were injured.
Well, he's a good 6th man. There's no question about it. But I think as long as Scott Rowland is out, you're going to see Dusty Baker change the lineup around a lot and use a lot of different pieces over there at third base.
Sky to left center. Braun there. He's got it. 2 away. Our Honda standings update. Milwaukee with the victory last night, tied with the Cardinals for the top spot. Albert did not start last night for St. Louis after tweaking that hamstring. The Reds with the loss dropped to 500. The Cubs, and there you have it. 3 games separating everybody in the division. I think, Chris, that's a preview of what you and Tom Brenneman and Jim Kelch are going to be talking about all year long.
Well, I mean, all these teams are good. The Reds won the division last year, so you got to give them a nod that they'll be right in the mix this year. But the Brewers have improved dramatically. The Cardinals added a great piece with Lance Berkman. He is really getting his stroke down. Their pitching looks better than people thought, and they're not going away. I don't think any of these teams are going away. As long as you stay healthy, and all those teams I just mentioned have all battled some injuries so far. Reds have lost Rowland. The Cardinals have lost Wainwright. The Brewers have just brought some of their injured guys back. But you got to keep your stars healthy, but there's just no replacement for a guy like Joey Votto or even Scott Rowland. You can look up and down your farm system, but there's nobody who's got that kind of credential sitting down there waiting to be called up.
Giannis sacrifice fly his first time up. There's his first base hit of the day. He's a career 300 hitter against the Brewers. The only team that he's over 300 against. He's had success against Milwaukee. But here's Hannigan, who singled to left first time up. Good eye, 2-0. Gallardo, after that hefty first inning, already ready to deliver his 54th pitch of the ball game here in the third inning.
Yeah, normally, you think, well, you got the number 8 hitter right here. I'm 2-0. Maybe I'm not going to go right after him. But because he's thrown so many pitches, he's already down 4-0. He wants to take it easy on. He wants to get Hannigan out and lead the inning off next inning with Sam LeCure, the pitcher. So if you're thinking along with that, Ryan Hannigan would have thought, well, I'm getting a fastball here on a 2-0 count. Got one, but it was right on the outer part of the plate.
Down and in, got him. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
2-0 fastball, 2-1 changeup. Man, that had some run on it. He's got all the pitches. There's no question about that. Good arm action. Look at that ball drop off at the end. Man, oh man. Dying quail.
Down to third, tricky hop. McGee will get the out at second, and that'll do it for the Reds. A base hit, nothing to show for it. LeCure back to the mound. Betancourt will lead it off. Look at your Cincinnati area 5-day forecast courtesy of the National Weather Service. And we know you're getting more rain today, but
I like this though.
Yes, sirree. Friday, Saturday. Hope you join us at the ballpark. Gold Glove Day tomorrow night, or Friday night, after a off day tomorrow. Then Saturday, Joey Votto will be honored with his bobblehead. Good weather. Enjoy. Six up, 6 down so far for Sam LeCure. Bottom of the order, 7, 8, and 9 as we go to the third. Unieski, Betancourt to lead it off. Lucroy and then Gallardo. Just by having a chance to talk to Unieski in the last couple of days, he's very comfortable here. Looks like he's found a home. Came over with Zach Greinke in Kansas City. Started his career in Seattle. Greinke, by the way, should be back as early as next week. So, Chris, we talk about the Brewers putting their starting lineup on the field for the first time today with Hart back and now Lucroy back behind the plate. When Ron Renicky gets Greinke back, this team looks even tougher.
Yeah, they will, but the guys that they've had to fill in, Chris Narveson, up until the last game he pitched against the Reds, first game of this series, threw the ball very well. Marco Estrada looked outstanding last night. I'm not sure what move they're going to make in the rotation. Obviously, Greinke's going to be in the rotation and be at the top of that rotation. He makes you stronger, but their fill-ins have been very good.
Up toward short, tough play. Oh, what an arm. Quick flip, got him at first. So far, not many good swings off Sam LeCure as Giannis delivers the assist.
He's mixing them all in. This is a curveball right here, a slow one, and makes a good pitch of it. And this is what happens in the big leagues. You get big league plays behind you, so you make a good pitch more often than not, you're going to get a good result, even if it means a sterling defensive play from somebody in your infield.
Now, you've talked to Dr. Timothy Kremchek, the Reds'
only when
medical
I have to.
director, or when he's performing some kind of surgery on you. And often we talk about, Tommy John surgery to pitchers. And it's really unbelievable to remember that Paul Janisch underwent Tommy John surgery when he was involved in a play at second base in the minor leagues. He didn't know he was a pitcher in high school, went to Rice and was started off as a pitcher there. But, his arm, you talk about a cannon. He's got one at short.
Well, that's one of the first things you look for a shortstop, is a guy that can go into the hole, plant his foot, and then throw it something with authority across the infield.
Can't get to this one. Lucroy has the first hit for the Brew Crew today.
Slider. Lucroy puts a pretty good swing on it.
We saw Garth Ordge, the first base coach for the Milwaukee Brewers, in the box down at first. Eddie Cedars, the third base coach for Milwaukee. Showing sacrifice is Gallardo. Pops it up and out of play.
Hey, speaking of Paul Janisch and that good arm of his, it was just about 2 years ago, just about this time, May the 6th, 2009, he was used as a pitcher. Yeah. So they bring Janisch in here against the Brewers. It was back in Cincinnati. They had him at 94 on the radar gun throwing the ball. But that's hitting speed in the big leagues. He went 1 inning, 5 hits, 5 runs, gave up a home run.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
And he's sitting on an earned run average career-wise now somewhere around 49.
What was that, 15-1? Going to second, they'll get one. On to first, not in time. They got the lead runner. That's the important thing. So no sacrifices. Gallardo, little things. Neither team could execute in key situations last night. The Reds did not get a sacrifice down. Neither did the Brewers. Good job here.
Well, Gallardo handles the bat pretty well, but Sam LeCour knows, just like last night when Mike Leake got it, you know as a pitcher when you're going after that ball exactly where you're going with it. You don't turn around, take a look, and then decide. He realizes he's got enough time to get the runner going to second base. Lucroy, a catcher, doesn't run all that well, so LeCour does a nice job defensively, and it keeps that guy out of scoring position.
So runner still at first, and that's the pitcher. And back to the top of the order, Weeks, who struck out looking first time up.
How about back to Janisch pitching? He said, hey, give me another shot,
right?
So later on in July that year at Philadelphia, that was a wrong team to pitch against. He went another inning, 4 hits, 6 runs. So he said, you know what, I think I've had enough of that time on the mound. The earned run average really can only come down, right?
That's right.
49.5. I don't care how good your agent is. It's tough at the arbitration table when you take that number up there.
Boy, he sure proved that he's a major league shortstop. Might not be a major league pitcher, but he's a dandy at short. And he went to college for Wayne Graham thinking that he'd be able to pitch some, but he was so good at short. Didn't get a chance. And plus they had, the likes of Philip Humber and people like that. They had some big time pitchers then.
He's going to hate me for bringing that up.
Yeah, I know he will. You've been sitting on that one for a while, huh? There's a 1 ball, 1 strike to Weeks. Ricky, not a pitcher in college. He went to Southern University, played short. Brilliant at shortstop. Ripped down the line. It is a fair ball into the corner. Gallardo around second, going to third. The relay coming in, and they'll hold him up. It'll be second and third. Either way, the way the Reds set up the relay, you got Janisch and Phillips, 2 guys who are brilliant at relay throws. And wisely, Ed Cedar held the runner up at third. So it'll be second and third with 2 outs.
Well, Weeks makes a nice adjustment. He gets the ball up. It's an off-speed pitch. He's a good fastball hitter, but he rifles this down the line. Now you go back to the good defensive play that Sam LeCure made to get that lead runner at second base. That's a run for the Brewers if the sacrifice is successful. Gallardo goes to third, but the Brewers are still off the board right here.
To bagger number 5, and here comes Carlos Gomez. So with 2 away, LeCure can get out of this without damage if he can find a way to get the center fielder. Missing on the first delivery, so out comes Hannigan to talk to his right hander.
Jammed him big time last time up. Had him on a 3-1 count, threw a fastball in on his knuckles, and he popped it up in the infield. That's one of the things I'm sure that they'd like to see Carlos Gomez get away from, which is a slight uppercut. You know, for a guy that's got some speed, there's no money for him out in the outfield. Not here anyway. He doesn't have the kind of power to go yard. You got to slap that ball down and use your speed.
Is the ball 1 delivery? Got it. For a strike, 1-1. Votto can't get it. 2 runs are going to score. He'll slam on the brake, stay at first, but a 2-out base hit with runners in scoring position for Carlos Gomez. And it's a 4-2 ball game.
Pretty nice bit of hitting right there by the Milwaukee center fielder. Just trying to slap the ball. He took a fastball on the outer part of the plate, and he rifled it right past Joey Votto. That ball is up, and of course, just like we talked about Jay Bruce, when you get the ball up, it's a lot easier to hit it the other way. It's easier to stay on top of it. And he picks up a big-time 2-out run batted in single.
That'll get Brian Price out to do a little checkup from the neck up and settle things down.
Yeah, just trying to settle him down. I mean, it's not like Sam is doing anything wrong mechanically. It could be pitch selection. It could be pitch location that Brian Price wants to remind him of. Sometimes you just go out there and you break the momentum. I mean, you just try to slow the inning down a little bit and say, hey, you know, let's just take a little breath between times, because now you've got Braun, Fielder, and McGee, the big 3 in their lineup that have done so much damage around the league so far this year. Let's really concentrate on getting back to basics and getting Braun out.
Braun lined out to right first time up. He hit a bullet. Bruce started in and had to leap to haul it down as it just kept carrying towards the wall. Gomez has stolen 6 of 7 bases, so he's a threat to find a way into scoring position. And this is a much more aggressive team that Ron Renicky has put together. Aggressive on the base pass. They'll run, they'll hit and run, but aggressive defensively as well. They'll put plays on that they have not done in recent years. From the stretch, LeCure. Short lead for Gomez. Not going. That's a strike.
You know, I don't see Gomez in a stolen base situation right here. 2 outs. You know, you got the pitcher kind of on the ropes a little bit right here. You want to give Ryan Braun a chance to swing the bat. Don't run yourself out of an inning.
Reset the signs. Going away is Hannigan. Runner not going in the air to center field. Stubbs will have room though at the warning track, about 390 feet away. Drew will haul it in, but the Brew Crew put 2 on the board. But you're due up when we return.
Ohio is brought to you by the JTM Food Group, proudly serving America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group, by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers, where you can register to win the Tundra at Great American Ballpark. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by John Deere. Visit your local Cincinnati John Deere dealer this deer season.
Roof closed today. More precipitation here in Milwaukee. That's been the story, not just in Milwaukee, but Cincinnati and just about every place around the Midwest these days. Here's Sam. He flied to right first time up. He's a throwback pitcher, Chris, the way he approaches his job. And also gives you the throwback look, too, doesn't he? He looks like he could have been in Major League.
You mean Sam? He could also probably be cast as a bad guy in any one of a dozen or so Westerns.
Lined into left center. That's a base hit. Will it get through? It's going to roll all the way to the warning track. LeCure around first, going to second. He's got his first hit of the year and a two-base hit as well. Sam LeCure sitting at second with a runner in scoring position.
Well, so much for leading the pitcher off and thinking you're going to get the first out of the inning. He just takes that high fastball and yakata into left center field all the way past the outfielders, and the Reds have another scoring threat. Just a good old blue-collar pitcher.
He had one hit last year, was a double, and his first hit of this year, a two-bagger as well. Second major league hit. Short lead. Here's Stubbs showing bunt.
Would love to see a little more of that. I know a lot of people are anxious to see Drew Stubbs put the bunt into more of his offensive arsenal, and it takes a little confidence to do that. But so many times, especially against left-handers, that right side of the infield is wide open.
Talked to him a little bit about that the other day, and he said, I'm thinking more about it, but I mean, look right now. You got McGee on the grass at third. Fielder was at the bag at first. Now he's going back a step or two. But you're right. I mean, he becomes a 280, 290 hitter if he drops down 3 or 4 bunts a week.
Yeah, I mean, even if only 2 of those bunts are successful. The problem, though, is for a lot of guys that bunt, and if they make an out, they feel like they've got a wasted at bat. They say, well, what if I didn't bunt in that at bat? Maybe I would have hit a home run or hit a double. And so, it's almost like it's so embarrassing for them to bunt it and then, make a bad bunt and bunt it back to the pitcher. But you don't really think about that when you get your pitch and you ground it on one hop to the shortstop.
1 ball, 2 strikes. He thought it was down and away. Home plate umpire Jeff Nelson didn't, and that's strikeout for Stubbs, first of the day.
First of the day for Gallardo, which tells you that he's really not on his game today. Here's a guy that in his career has averaged more strikeouts than innings pitched. So, he usually has that big yacker working. That's a good swing and miss pitch, and he just doesn't really have it going right now.
There's Jay, 2 base hits to the left side. This time they do not overshift on him, and with a runner on second, more difficult to do that because you open up third base with the third baseman pulled way off the bag. So they're playing him more or less even Steven. First time in the series they have not overshifted on Bruce. Productive at bats. The Reds with a runner at second, unable to move the runner over to third with Stubbs, and Bruce trying to find a way to get him in here. No longer a 4-run lead, now a 2-run lead, so that run out there important. Center field tagging is LeCure. He's coming. Here comes the throw. Going to be way wide. And fortunately, Gallardo was backing up for the Brewers, or else LeCure would have been scampering home. Well, Gomez has an arm. He's got great speed and an arm, but his throws erratic at times. Here's a good example of it.
Kind of just goes back there and lets it fly. We saw him miss the cutoff man the other night, and it cost the Brewers a run because the runner went to second base on the ball that went way over the cutoff man. That was going over just about everybody's head. They were heading for cover in the dugout.
Look out. So 2 away now. Runner at third. Here's Joey. Votto delivered the big blow of the game thus far. A homer to left center. His 5th of the year. That made it 3-0 Cincinnati. Bounced to second last time up. Two and 0. Dancing around the strike zone to a 3-1 count. Lucroy looks into Jerry Narron, who flashes a sign for him from the bench, and now Lucroy delivers it to Gallardo. There's ball 4. Third walk in the series to Votto. His 22nd walk of the year. He's had 22 walks, struck out only 12 times. If you're ever around 50-50, you're doing pretty good. When you got 22 and 12, those are pretty good numbers.
Well, you're going to see that more and more this year. When you win the MVP, people are going to make sure that they'll make you the guy in that lineup that they will not allow you to beat them. So that means this guy behind him and the guy ahead of him really have to pick it up. Now, Brandon Phillips has seriously picked it up. Number 2 spot in the order, or right behind Votto batting cleanup.
Dusty Baker switched the lineup around with Bruce second, Phillips fourth. Without Scott Rowland in the lineup, it'll be mix and match to try to protect somebody in front of Votto and give Votto protection behind him. But even having said that, Chris, when you're the MVP, you're going to get more walks, no matter who's hitting behind him. And if the Reds don't have somebody formidable behind him, he'll have 130, 140 walks by the time the year's over. Strike 1 to Brandon. Foul back and out of play.
Well, that comes with the territory. It happened to Barry Bonds, you know, when he was on his years of being able to just crush every pitch that was actually in the strike zone. Albert Pujols the same way. I mean, they've been pitching around that guy for years, but he seems to not miss his pitch. That one pitch in every at-bat that he gets, he seems to be able to center. Votto's got to be able to do that again this year because they're going to be not giving him more than one pitch in every AB.
0-2. Ooh, just missed. Gallardo was 2 steps to the dugout and bent way back. Jeff Nelson won't appreciate that.
Well, he tried to sneak the fastball by him there on an 0-2 count, just below the strike zone. Here comes the old yacker.
You got it. Down and away they set up. They got him. They called it, Chris. The curveball gets Phillips. The Reds strand 2. They still lead it 4-2. League Baseball. We've talked about Braun and Fielder and Votto with the great start they've had in April, being on base in consecutive games via hit or a walk. How about Andre Ethier, Chris? Last night picked up his 23rd straight game with a hit, and today his 24th game in a row to start the season with a base hit. That bested the record that his former manager Joe Torre had. Torre back in his Milwaukee days. And our AT&T trivia question is, who holds the Reds record for consecutive games with a hit in the month of April?
I go with my standard answer right there.
Pete. That's because you share the same birthday.
Well, that
April 14th. I wasn't with you. Happy
that
birthday,
the fact
by the
guy
way.
Was, back in those days, he was collecting 200 hits a year. So it's easier to get 200 when you start off the season strong. Thank you for your birthday wishes. I missed that card with that $100 bill in it this year again.
The check is in the mail. Here's Prince. Fielder fly to center first time up. He leads the National League and runs batted in, speaking of 23, with 23. Tied for second in extra base hits, tied for third in doubles. And already he's been a player of the week, just like Braun was last week. It's a powerful lineup. Usually Prince is somewhere in the 200s in the first month of the season. Last year he hit 240 in April. This year he's 100 points over that. Lethal lineup. This Brewer team should be something that the Reds will contend with all season long. 2 balls, 1 strike. Overall last year he hit 261 and he wound up with 32 homers and 83 knocked in. And he's one of those everyday players. I mean, he doesn't take a day off. He played in 161 last year. But will he be a Brewer after this year? To be determined. Mark Atanasio, the owner, has already shelled out a $105 million extension for Braun. That's basically the money they offered Fielder during the winter. There's a walk. Prince is on. That's the first walk issued by Sam LeCure. That'll bring up McGee. Calling all kids this Sunday. Be one of the first 10,000 fans 14 and younger to receive Reds mascot wall stickers featuring Mr. Redlegs and Rosie Red. Thanks to Tire Discounters. For tickets to see the Reds battle the Marlins, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com today. Well, Chris, a change of plans today. Usually you hit the brats on a night game. Jeff Picoros beat you to the ice cream machine. He's got a pile of ice cream that you talk about serious.
That's one of my favorite things about Miller Park is that here in the media dining room they have not one but 2 ice cream machines. One for ice cream, actually it's frozen yogurt, and the other for milkshakes. Man, oh man.
2-fisted action.
If I'm gone for 2 or 3 innings, you know where I'm going to.
It's out in front of it. Skies at the left, going to stay in the park. Gomes under it. Fielder's going to go back and tag, but he's going nowhere. Fly ball out, 1 away. Now Denise and Gwynn take care of you back home.
They do. Sharon and Lorraine take care of me here.
Here's Corey Hart. 1 out, 1 on. Hart bounced to short first time up.
You know, George, you talk about the payroll and the extension they gave to Ryan Braun, over $100 million. But you look around here on a Wednesday afternoon, 12:30 in the afternoon game start. They're going to have another big crowd. They average about 38 or 39,000 a game here. So for, quote unquote small market, this is it's a heck of a baseball town. They really have a strong fan base and they come out and support the Brewers.
At 35,000 the first game, 37 last night, and Mark Atanasio, and talking to him yesterday, said that he's elated with what's happening here, and he's also happy with what's happening in Cincinnati. He and Bob Castellini have a great relationship and support each other in bringing these markets back to baseball where they should be. No balls, 1 strike. Dribbled through into right field, a base hit. Fielder will round second and he'll hold there. Well, first hit of the year for Hart is a dribbler to the right side.
Get the monkey off his back. Well, he's got the right side of the infield open with Votto holding the runner on and Brandon Phillips. You know, they're kind of snugged around towards second base. Phillips has got to be in double play depth.
So Hart's on first, Fielder's on second, and here comes Betancourt, who grounded to short first time up.
Had a couple of hits last night. He looks to me like a good high ball hitter. Nice level swing. We saw him in spring training. He's a pretty good offensive shortstop. Keep the ball down right here. Maybe you get two.
Double play depth, middle of the infield. This drill, but foul down the third base line. And you said it before, sometimes it's pitch selection and location. I think most pitching coaches will say you get into more trouble with location, and that ball was up. Strike one to Unieski Betancourt.
At 16 home runs last year for Kansas City, drove in a career high 78. He's a swinger. I mean, he's a tough guy to walk. You know when he comes to the batter's box that he's more than likely going to put the bat on the ball, or at least attempt to. Last year in 556 at-bats, he walked only 23 times. So get it near the strike zone, and this kid is hacking.
A ball, one strike. Fielder walks, Hart singles. They reach with one out here in the fourth inning. Didn't miss by much, and it's 2-2. Some pitchers try to strike you out. The cure comes from the college of help you get yourself out.
Well, he knows his stuff. I mean, he's comfortable with what he has. He knows what he can and cannot do on the mound. And once a pitcher realizes that, it really gives him an edge.
2-2.
I mean, there's nothing that a hitter wants more than a pitcher that doesn't have the stuff, who thinks he does, and try to, you know, overpower a mediocre fastball by a good fastball hitter. He's a contact pitcher. In fact, that swing and a miss by Betancourt in this at bat was the first time today the Brewers have swung and missed a pitch from Sam LeCure.
2-2. Going to make it in the left, a base hit. The bases will be loaded. Fielder had to hold. He took a step back towards second with the ball lined in the air. So the bases are loaded with one out. A walk and two singles.
Yeah, a walk, a little bleeder to the right side, and that little ball that was kind of off the sweet spot for Betancourt, but he got a 2-2 fastball. Take a look at where it was. Probably caught more of the plate. Well, didn't catch any of the plate. He just turned on it. Wait a minute. Either the Fox Tracks is wrong or the overhead camera is wrong. That ball looked like it had the plate on the overhead camera, and the Fox Track showed it off the dish. One of them needs some fine tuning.
Well, you got something to do on the off day tomorrow.
Well, your color analyst needs some fine tuning too.
Told you to go right to bed last night.
You got to sleep fast.
That's right.
Day game after night game.
Here's Lucroy, dribble down to short. They'll get the out at second, on to first. Not in time, and a run will score. Well, I'm amazed they made it even that close. They get the force at second. Safe at first is Lucroy. And it's 1st and 3rd in a 4-3 ball game.
Good turn by Brandon Phillips. This is one area where he has improved his defensive game so much from the time that he first took over second base. You know, he came up as a shortstop, and it's a completely different turn as a shortstop than it is from second. Giannis gives him a nice feed. He used the bag as protection, just can't get enough on it to get Lucroy. But man, oh man, that leadoff walk. Does that ever come around like 80% of the time or what? That's what pitching coaches tell you, and that's what's happened in this inning. It's a one-run game.
The old scoreboard at Riverfront, walks will haunt. In this inning, they sure have. Fielder led off with a walk, and he scores the 3rd run. It's a one-run ball game.
I was the only guy they used that on as a home pitcher.
If you're going to take anything from the old scoreboard, move it to the new, that would have been it.
I have nightmares about that darn thing.
Yep. Didn't they put that on your locker at one time? Oh, no. That was with another club. 1 ball to the pitcher Gallardo, and don't take him lightly. He's got 9 home runs in his career. 1 already this year.
I mean, without looking it up, 9 home runs. I mean, he's got to be near the top, if not at the top, of the active pitchers with most home runs. I mean, he hasn't even been around all that long.
Bona fide hitter.
And a rake.
Ball 1 strike. Dribble down to 3rd. It'll go foul.
Yeah, LeCure and Hannigan both know that. That's why they're going to make him hit the slider.
Of course, it was a great hitting pitcher here in Milwaukee in the old days. Joe Nuttall always talked about Warren Spahn. I think Spahn won like 60 games against the Reds in his career. 60 and 20, something like that. He got base hits against Cincinnati after base hits in the old Milwaukee National League days. Burdette, a pretty good hitter as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got him. But the damage done. A leadoff walk, 2 singles, and a fielder's choice. It's a 1-run ball game. Reds go back to work. Johnny Gomes will lead it off. Text poll for today. Well, yesterday we asked Brandon Phillips who the best dressed Red is. Today we asked Brandon who is the worst dressed Red. Well, he had Dusty on the list for best. He's also got Dusty on the list for worst. Ryan Hannigan, Travis Wood, and Chris Heisey. Now, the latter 3 are very clearly blue jean kind of guys, huh?
Yeah.
Dusty doesn't fall in that category. He's Styles. Text 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Speaking of 4, that's where the Reds are. They put a 4 spot up in the first if you joined us late. Single by Stubbs, single by Bruce, homer by Votto made it 3-0. Then a sacrifice fly by Giannis made it 4-0. Johnny Gomes had a walk to keep that rally going in the first. He leads it off here in the 5th. He grounded out to short his last time up. Since then, the Brewers have chipped away, getting 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and it's a 1-run ball game. Reds have had some pretty stylish dressers over the year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Reggie Sanders.
Reggie Sanders could style. Gary Larkin always looked very clean. You know, Eric Davis, though, I mean, he was in a class by himself.
I think ED gets the...
He still is. I mean, he shows up for his appearances in the wintertime, and besides looking like he can still play for you, starting center field.
He can wear a burlap bag and he looks good.
Looking clean.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Gomes. That's a call, strike 3. That's the 3rd strikeout in 2 innings for Gallardo, so he's starting to get it working. Our text poll update, our progressive text poll. So far, your votes have Hannigan at 46%, Wood at 39%, and Ryan continues to lead. And I could say clearly, Chris, either Hannigan or Wood or Heisey, neither 3 of them would care to be on this list. They don't care.
Yeah, you're
Dusty
right.
would.
But the good thing about having a poll this early in the year, you present them with the evidence and say, hey, it's not too late to go out into a store and get yourself some new clothes, dude. And they'll look at you and say, I don't really care about that. And Hannigan and Wood especially. Heisey, I think, might be a little sad. He'd like to be styled if possible.
Dion could style too.
Dusty looks good. Well, Dion. Yeah. He had custom made shoelaces.
I remember when I was with the Yankees, Deion Sanders and Mel Hall. We went to Detroit one day. They went to the mall. They had to come back with a van to bring 12 bags of clothes back with them.
Did Mel wear the pockets of his dress pants out like he did his uniform?
Flapping,
waving goodbye.
There's Cairo, singled and flied out, 1 for 2. Popped up in the infield off the end of the bat. Well, we've had our evaluations, and yesterday it was Brandon Phillips' view of who was the best dressed, and here's Brandon's evaluation of who was the worst dressed.
Worst dressed, I'd probably say Dusty Baker. No bueno, Dusty. I mean, you wearing Jordans. I mean, ain't he like 70? I didn't really I mean, but, you know, he be wearing the Jordans, man. I mean, you know, Dusty be trying to keep it hip and stuff with his little walk. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I love Dusty, man, but he need to give the Jordans to my little brother.
He's finding his way into Dusty's doghouse with that.
Can you find a guy for getting on your wardrobe?
I think you would have played for managers that might.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the best dressed teammate you ever had?
Ozzie Smith.
Yep. The Wizard. His own clothing line.
Oh.
Down to third. That's going to go through. A base hit for Giannis down the line. Giannis will have his 3rd good at bat. A sacrifice fly plated a run in the first. He singled to left in the 3rd, and here's a 2-bagger in the 5th.
Down and in, gets over the top of it. You know, this is one of those balls that you roll over, and normally they go to one of the guys on the left side of the infield, easy ground out. That one is so far inside, he keeps it right down the line. Now, the answer to the next question, the worst, that's easy too, Tom Browning.
Yeah.
And Bugsy. He still is.
Bugsy. Here's Hannigan. Ryan singled and bounced out.
Anybody with Copenhagen stains on his dress shirts automatically go right to the top of that list.
Does he have a dress shirt?
Well, the one he wears on Sunday anyway.
Man, could he pitch, though?
You're not kidding.
Talk about changing speeds and winning with 86, 87 mile an hour fastball.
Going after hitters, and
Yep.
that's what it was all about.
Here's the ball 1 to Hannigan. That's a strike. Important run out there for the Reds. Off second is Giannis. Down to short. Betancourt will take care of it, so the Reds strand another runner. They've left 7 on base so far this afternoon. They're clinging to a 4-3 lead. Chris Welch, Jeff Pecoro, Reds baseball, and our AT&T trivia question today was who holds the Reds record for consecutive games with a hit in the month of April. Hey, we got one. Pete celebrating his birthday month, April the 14th, the date he shares with Chris. 15 games. That's a high pitch he took care of, huh?
Or a low pitch.
The hit man. It's only apropos that the man who has more hits in the history of baseball holds that Reds record too.
There's the record breaker.
Who will ever forget the hug at first base? Petey, Tommy Helms. Great memories from a great competitor, boy.
Petey back in the area coaching, I believe. I think he's one of the coaches down there at the independent team, the Florence Freedom.
I'd love to see him back in Major League Baseball again. I think he will be a bona fide coach, and he could be at someday an outstanding manager.
Great kid.
Oh, yeah. Here's Rick. He struck out looking and then doubled. Part of a rally that produced 2 runs in the third for the Brewers. Weeks came up as a shortstop from Southern University. When the Brewers signed him, they moved him to second, and he had a lot of difficulties early on. He still has errors. He's got 4 this year. But remember, Chris, we went through a period of time when the Brewers didn't have a center fielder, and they were toying with the idea because he had speed. They could move him to center. They never did, and they hung with him. Gotten better and better. Jimmy Gantner, the former Brewers second baseman, has spent a lot of time with him over the last 3 or 4 years. Gantner could play some second, couldn't he? Pretty good right side of the infield they had with Cecil Cooper and Gantner.
They could hit. That team could put them on the board, couldn't they?
Fouled off, 2-2. They won the American League Championship in '82. Robin Yount was the most valuable player. Went to the World Series and lost to the Cardinals in 7. Paul Molitor had that 5-hit game in Game 1. Willie McGee had the brilliant World Series after just coming up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ripped, but foul. All the years I've come to Milwaukee, that year, that was a time when the city of Milwaukee had a unemployment rate of about 14%. I'll never forget being at County Stadium when they started. It was early September. We were in for a series and they started an MVP chant for Robin Yount. Still get goosebumps when I think of it. The whole building reverberated with MVP, MVP. He sure was the MVP in '82. Now a Hall of Famer. Towards the hole, past the effort of Cairo. It took a second hop, high hop, and past Miguel. So Weeks is on.
Ball had some topspin on it. Looks like it may have taken off on Miguel Cairo, but still a playable ball.
Not a bad hop, just a high hop. You're right, that overspin.
Give him a base hit on that.
Yep. 6th hit of the afternoon for the Brewers, and the leadoff hitter on. Here's Weeks, who's got great speeds, but he's only stolen 2 so far this year, 1 against the Reds. Here's Carlos Gomez, who popped up and singled in 2 runs in the 3rd. The best at bat for the Brewers so far today. Came with runners at 2nd and 3rd. They had him at 2 strikes, and he bounced one through the right side to make it a 4-2 ball game. So with the leadoff hitter on, we'll see if Weeks might be going early here. You've got Braun and Fielder and McGee to follow Gomez. Not going, drops a bunt down. Cairo will go to first. So a sacrifice puts the potential tying run in scoring position. Haven't been many years we've come here, Chris, where the Brewers have played for 1 run in a place where they hit a lot of homers.
Well, but a lot of it depends where you are in the order. I mean, even though Gomez has a key hit today, he's a good guy about getting the bunt down. I mean, and that almost was a style of a bunt for a base hit, but he gets it down. He puts the runner in scoring position. Now you got Braun and Fielder and McGee and Corey Hart back to back to back, and this is where it gets really tough for a pitcher.
And action in the bullpen for the Reds. Out goes Brian Price to talk to his right-hander, and Bill Bray, who has been money in the bank for the Reds from the left side with, after Braun, Fielder due up. And you know that's who he's up for, Prince Fielder.
If you take another look at this bunt, I'm almost more convinced as I think about it that it may have been a bunt for a base hit on the part of Carlos Gomez, because you don't see a guy normally. I mean, sometimes when they're going to bunt for a sacrifice, they square. He kind of waits until that ball's underway. That's a bunt for a base knock right there. He just happened to hit it too hard, and Miguel Cairo came in and made the play. Trying to catch somebody napping right there. The worst that can happen in that situation is you get the runner to second base.
So 1 away, and here's Braun. Braun today, line to right, fly to center. The ball he hit to right was hit right on the button. The fly ball to center went to the warning track. First base open, Fielder on deck.
Well, Bray is warming up for Fielder.
Yep.
So if McCurr wants to stay in the ball game, he's got to get Braun. And they may want to walk Fielder and leave LeCure in the ball game to pitch to Casey McGee or Corey Hart. When the Reds have handled Braun, it has been inside with 2-seam fastballs right in on the thumbs.
They roll through the signs twice, and Braun steps out, so Hannigan will have to do it again.
I'm not saying that's the only way to pitch Ryan Braun.
I don't know that there is one way to pitch.
No, there isn't.
Strike 1. To the stretch, LeCure. Hannigan takes some time out to make sure they're on the same page as Dusty saw his team take an early 4-0 lead. If you joined us late, Votto a 3-run home run and a sacrifice fly in that first inning from Paul Giannis. The Reds led 4-0. Brewers got 2 in the third and 1 in the fourth, and it's a 1-run ball game with a tying run in scoring position. Yes, misses on that, and it's 2-1. LeCure now at 70 pitches for the afternoon.
He does a nice job in holding the runner at second. If you watch Sam, he doesn't fall into the predictable mode of knowing when he's going to go to the plate. I mean, he'll give you one look to second, maybe a second look, a quick glance. He never gives as a runner. You never really know if he's coming back there one more time. You don't want to fall into a pattern and make third base an easy one to steal.
Well, he's right around the plate, not missing by much. And it's 3-1.
A lot of strikes today, Sam, as he usually does.
Phillips right behind the bag at second now. So a big hole on the right side for Braun. Good pitch, popped up, and will go full 3-2.
Well, I'm surprised to see Ryan Braun take that kind of a swing on a 3-1 count. He's got to figure they're not really going to pitch to him right here. That if they give him anything near the strike zone, it's going to be moving away from the zone. Little slider that actually caught a little more of the plate than I thought it did, but it was well down.
I think more than Ryan Hannigan wanted at the plate too. So what you throw on 3-1, do you throw on 3-2?
Yeah, he's thrown all his pitches for strikes today. So if you're Ryan Braun, you're not trying to guess on the pitch. You're seeing it and hitting it.
Three, 2, 1 out. Weeks off second. Dancing feet of Ricky Weeks as LeCure step off.
You want to make sure when you're pitching in a situation like this that all your focus is on the hitter.
Oh, right in the back.
One way to keep the walks down.
That'll be it. So Bill Bray, who in his career has held Prince Fielder hitless, 0 for 12 against him. Bray will be coming in, and there's a look. You talk about concentration, Chris. Maybe Weeks out there might have broken that concentration.
Well, I don't know about that, George, but I got to say this. If you're going to miss your spot by 8 inches, miss it in on the hitter and not out over the middle of the plate. I know that, I'm sure that LeCure didn't want to hit Ryan Braun. Ryan Braun obviously didn't want to get hit in the numbers. But, hey, if you leave the ball out over the plate and the guy hits a 2-run bomb, you're in a whole lot worse situation than you are right now, first and second with 1 out.
Well, a double switch as Bray comes in with the pitcher spot due up next. Renteria will come in, and Bill Bray, who's held Fielder hitless, will come in from the bullpen. Time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball. Ball game. The Reds in the first took charge. Base hit by Stubbs. Base hit by Bruce. Joey Votto clubs his 5th homer to make it 3-0. Giannis added a sacrifice fly. It was 4-0 Cincinnati. Then in the 3rd inning, the Brew Crew came back. Single by Lucroy, a double by Weeks, and a single by Carlos Gomez with 2 outs. Plated 2. That made it 4-2. Brewers got another run on a fielder's choice in the 4th. So the story right now is 4 runs, 9 hits for the Reds, 3 runs, 6 hits for the Brewers. Changes for the Reds. Giannis goes to 3rd. Renteria comes in at short. He'll hit in the 9th spot, due to lead it off. And here's Bill Bray to face Fielder.
Well, he's good against left-handers, Bray is, and that's what he is on this ball club for, to control that one left-hander, the tough guy in the lineup, and obviously it's Prince Fielder.
He got Fielder to ground to 2nd in game 1 of the series. That was the 12th consecutive time that Bill Bray retired Prince Fielder. He's 0 for 12 against him. Big at bat here. They play him even Steven in the infield as the Reds are at double play depth with 1 out. Votto's got it. They'll go to 2nd. Got 1 on to 1st. It gets away and the run's going to score. Well, they got the force. And they're asking that maybe he didn't touch the bag, so they're going to tag him. And they say, yes, he did touch the bag. Well, they got the ground ball they wanted. Votto delivered it to 2nd, but Bray, in trying to get his foot to the bag, didn't get to the ball. A run will score, and we're tied at 4.
Well, Votto makes a nice play. Goes all the way to the line, turns and fires sidearm to Renteria. Now Renteria just comes in the ball game, and you wonder if you're coming off the bench and the first play that you're in the ball game, the ball finds you. And I don't know whether his arm's not loose yet or whether he just happened to be a little bit off with that throw. It looked like Bray almost overran that ball. But the problem is, as a pitcher covering first base, your momentum is going towards the outfield. The ball is behind you on the first base side. It's tough to put the brakes on and come back and get it, even though he laid out to try to stop it. So a tough break there on a pretty nice play by Votto.
So a brand new ball game. We're tied at 4, and Fielder's down at first with now 2 away, and McGee to the plate. Outstanding play by Votto to rob what could have been a 2-base hit for Fielder, but the error allows the run to score. Down to 3rd, just foul.
That's why it's important as a pitcher when you're covering a play like that to get to first base as quickly as you can and get yourself set up stationary, because you don't want to be running across the bag trying to catch a throw from the infield or the shortstop firing across the infield.
More difficult, you as a left-hander, Chris, know it, more difficult for a lefty who's fallen off the mound of the 3rd base side.
Yeah, you got at least 2 more steps to go than a right-hander.
1 ball, 1 strike. There goes Fielder. This one to right field. Bruce over, reaching up, got it. But the damage done. A single, a sacrifice, a hit batter, and a fielder's choice and error, and we're tied at 4. teams in Reds and Milwaukee history, the Younts and the Spahns and the Roses for the Reds. How about Bernie? Happy
Bernie.
birthday,
Yeah, happy
Barnyard.
birthday, Bernie. He's been around Reds since what? Since he was a teenager.
He's 39 again. Right, Pick? Here's Edgar, came into the game. Jeff Pecoro's down in the dugout area.
Full head of hair. Ricky, what happened to you?
I don't know. I lost it all.
Well, today, obviously, your dad's birthday. We're not there now, but you'll be there tonight. What do you want to say to? Because I know your pop's watching.
Hey, you know what, Dad? I love you. Happy birthday. And we'll see you tonight for the unpack. Make sure you're there.
For the unpack. And Chris and George, you know what that's like. And Bernie is still there every day. It's amazing to me, Ricky, that your dad stays there, and he just loves being around the team, doesn't he?
I tell you what, it keeps him young. It really does. The Reds have been very good to him, very good to all the Stows. And we really appreciate it.
Well, 76 years young today, so happy birthday, Bernie, guys.
Thanks, Ricky. Thanks, Pick.
And what a gem it is to have a guy like Bernie Stowe with the ball club for that long. So many players, visiting players come over when, they come back as a scout or they come back as a general, a front office operative, and they see Bernie Stowe, and they just relive the memories. I would just love to have him sit down and tell some stories, and he'll never do it, never write a book, but boy, he could just tell stories for hours and hours on end.
Broken bat base hit for Renteria. Any former Reds player, any former player that comes back, the two people they always wanted to see, you look for Joe Nuxhall, you wanted to see Nuxie, and you wanted to see Bernie. And it's so great to have Bernie. It's not baseball until you go in and get a hug from Bernie Stowe, and what a tremendous legacy. Bernie and Rick and Mark. Mark, of course, runs the visiting clubhouse. Rick runs the home clubhouse. And it's a fitting birthday present that he gets to come in and unpack the truck after the Reds get back home. Happy birthday. Rick said if he's not there, he probably will fire him, right? All right, the runner on, and here's Stubbs. Drew singled and scored in the first on the homer by Votto. Flied to center and then struck out in the fourth. Leadoff hitter on. Gallardo from the stretch again. Gallardo now at 95 pitches on the afternoon. Well, with the lefties coming up, Bruce and Votto, just as Dusty Baker got Bill Bray up, Mitch Stetter, one of two lefties in the bullpen for Ron Renicky, has started to loosen. Gallardo's right about where you expect them to be thinking exit at 100 pitches. 97 now. Saw Stubbs trying to go the other way to the right side, couldn't get to it, and it's 1-2. There's Mitch. The bullpen coach Stan Kyle's with him, behind him. In under the armpits, and it's 2-2.
Tell you what, Giovanni Gallardo hanging right in there after the Reds really roughed him up in the first inning, dropped his fourth spot on him, had a runner in the second, didn't strike out his first batter until the fourth, but he just keeps grinding away, and here he is in the ball game, and could be the pitcher of record if they score a run for him.
Ooh. He bends back again, wants that, doesn't get it. It's 3-2. All right, Renteria on, 3-2, nobody out. Do you put him in motion with a guy who's struck out 27 times on the season?
Yeah,
at the
that's
plate?
the reason you don't do it right there, because you'll run right out of the inning and strike him out and throw him out if he swings and misses on it.
Not going, foul down the third base line.
Of course, that said, Gallardo really doesn't have his strikeout pitch working all that much. He did strike out Stubbs on a curveball last time up. Struck out Phillips. He struck out Gomes on a breaking ball.
This is a multi-toothpick game for Dusty. He's chomping on it today. 3-2. Renteria not going. Pitch in the dirt. And the Reds put the go-ahead runner in scoring position with no one out. Hey, get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live, everything a Reds fan needs to get ready for the game. And it's only on your exclusive home for the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. And boy, you know that Ray St. Clair Roofing's been busy this spring with all the rain. Well, here come the lefties, and here comes Ron Renicky, and here comes Mitch Stetter. So Gallardo will leave. He'll probably get a nice round of applause as he battled after going down 4-0. He's held the Reds scoreless for the last 4. And he'll exit in a tie game with 2 runners on. And boy, as he take a look at the home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson, as he crosses the line. So while the pitching change takes place, he'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Back in Milwaukee, Stetter gets the baseball. The Reds have a rally brewing with no one out, first and second. Here comes Bruce against Stetter, lefty-lefty.
Well, he, like Bill Bray, is a left-handed specialist, and lefties are not hitting all that well off of him this year. I know 83 average versus righties, still that's pretty good, but that's why he's in here. He's got now 2 lefties in a row in Bruce and Votto.
Bruce 0 for 4 against him in their matchups, and he drops a bunt down. That'll move both runners over, and he almost beats it out, but he's nailed it first. Great job by Jay Bruce. With nobody out, he dumps it to the left side. A sacrifice for Bruce, and the Reds have 2 in scoring position for their MVP, Joey Votto.
Well, there's good news and bad news about that particular play. The good news is you put runners over in scoring position, second and third. The bad news is you create an open base for the Brewers to go ahead and walk Joey Votto, load the bases up, probably make a pitching move and bring a right-hander in to face Brandon Phillips. Or are they going to pitch to Joey?
Well, to this point, at the series at home in Cincinnati, they did pitch to Joey in this situation when they brought Stetter in. They're going to do it again. Joey in his career is 2 for 7 against Stetter, and you know his story against lefties. On the year, he's 10 for 18, 556. So this is not a poison pen from Joey Votto's standpoint.
Well, he does so well against lefties because he hits the ball late and hits the breaking ball so well off lefties. And that's Stetter's main weapon against them.
Awkward swing, and it's 0-2. Here are the numbers for Joey. This isn't an incorrect. I mean, Lauren White's got the numbers down in the truck, the computer working, and that's correct. It's 556.
That needs like an exclamation point right there.
Let's see if he can get with the infield in, the bat on the ball here. 4-4 game, 2 in scoring position for the Reds. Down and away. And true to his plan, this is what Ron Renicky did in Cincinnati. Surprising, maybe. I mean, we talked about walking the guy who's the MVP, but Stetter's in there for this very reason.
Well, you pick your matchup as a manager. Do you feel better about your lefty facing Joey Votto or your righty in the pen coming in and facing a very hot Brandon Phillips? Plus, you maybe not want to walk the bases full. Put that kind of pressure on your next pitcher.
1 ball, 2 strikes. He hangs in. Therein lies the value of a Votto or a Pujols. Fooled, he still has a way to get the bat on the ball and stay alive. Hoping for a mistake on the next pitch. Boy, what a cerebral ball player he is. He looks at video. Not just the starter. He'll look at Stetter. He'll look at video of who he's going to face before a series and just about every day. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Staying away again. Line drive, base hit, 1 run will score. They'll hold the runner at third, and Votto has done it again. Chris, he stayed alive with that awkward swing. The pitch a little bit up, and Joey delivers again.
Well, that's the whole idea, is that you spoil the good pitches until a pitcher finally makes a mistake. And eventually a guy's going to make a mistake. That catches a lot of the strike zone right there, and they'll be second guessing Ron Renicky from here till tonight on why he pitches to Joey Votto. But he did, and Votto continues to defy logic with the numbers he has against lefties. Guy can play. Flat out get it.
So Ron Renicky rolled the dice, pitched to Votto. Joey makes him pay, and the Reds have a 5-4 lead. They'll bring in the right-hander to face Brandon Phillips. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. The day has given the Reds a 5-4 lead, and Chris, so often we talk about it, it's not pitch selection, it's pitch location.
Well, the first few strikes were all out here, and they were moving this way against Joey Votto, and he's just beginning to foul him off, and then finally Stetter makes a mistake. It comes just about right down there, and Votto's able to center it and get it into right field for a base hit. I mean, you see where Lucroy is. He wants that ball out here somewhere, and Stetter missed his spots, and that's what happens with MVPs. They get you.
Great job, great illustration of that for Joey Votto, and great delivery by the Reds' most valuable player. Great to have you with us, George Grant, Chris Welch, Jeff Pecoro down in the truck as usual. Our crew trying to give you the bird's eye picture of what's going on. Brian Hunterman, our producer, Roy Alfers, our director, Matt Sigafu styling up the highlights, Lauren White, and of course Dream Weaver with our pregame show festivities. Well, here's Sean Green will take over, so it's righty-righty now with Phillips coming to the plate.
Well, from one Reds country native, and Mitch Stetter went to Indiana State, Huntingburg, Indiana, to a Louisville native, and Sean Green coming in. Big guy, 6'6", 230.
Phillips 1 for 3 against him. That's fouled off. You can't forget about Votto. He has stolen 3 of 4 this year. If he doesn't look him back, he'll take second. With 1 out, that would eliminate the double play possibility, force the Brewers to bring the infield in with a runner on third down. Renteria singled, Stubbs walked, Votto delivered the go-ahead hit. Now it's first and third with one out. Fake to third, nothing going, can't pick Joey's pocket.
Well, already this year, Sean Green has been on the mound while the opposition has stolen 3 bases. Nobody thrown out last year, and only one since 2009.
Well, the Louisville native to the stretch, that's fouled off.
I mean, it's tough for a big lanky guy like Green to be compact. 6'6", all arms and legs, and you know, when you start getting that timing to the plate anywhere from about 1.4 seconds and up, you're giving a decent base stealer a good opportunity to take the bag.
Lucroy peers into the dugout for pitch selection instructions and now delivers them to Green. Phillips today bounced out, flied out, struck out. Slice to the right side, it's curving and will reach the seats. Brandon's been the hitting star for the Reds in this series. 3 hits in game 1. A homer that produced the only Reds runs yesterday in a 3-2 loss. Today they've handled them 0 for 3. One of 3 Reds regulars who have been over 300 with runners in scoring position coming into today. He's at 385. Green gets his sign. Votto, a little bit bigger lead, not going. Line drive, base hit. That'll get a run in, and Joey will stop at second. Well, the Reds delivered a big blow in the first with 4 runs, and after the Brewers came back to tie it here in the 6th, they're going to work again. Still only 1 out. They lead at 6-4. Here's another look at the run batted in, number 13 for Phillips.
Boy, some good 2-strike hitting on the part of the Reds. Joey Votto, a 1-2 pitch, base hit. That one, an 0-2 pitch. I don't know whether it was a sinker or a slider, but it was well down in the zone. Just pretty much like the pitch that Brandon Phillips golfed out of here last night.
Shortened swings.
Boy, stay tough with 2.
Good at bats with 2 strikes. And here's Johnny. Gomes walked, grounded out, and struck out. Now, Chris, you talk a lot about all the things that have gone right for the Reds in the last 2 years, and I don't think there's any doubt that, you know, as you look at a coaching staff, I think Dusty Baker had his best season ever as a manager last year, wherever he's been, San Francisco or Chicago. No doubt about it. And I think Brian Price, after the work that Dick Pohl did with some of the young pitchers, Brian Price took it to another level. But I think the guy who's really been an unsung hero, one of the hardest working coaches I've ever seen, is Brooke Jacoby. He never gets the credit that he deserves for 3 years working with these hitters, building a relationship and getting them to get better each step of the way. I mean, I'm not just talking about Joey Votto, I'm talking about the lesser hitters too.
Well, you don't hear credit unless you talk to the hitters.
Yep.
And a lot of it is mental. I mean, it's believing in yourself. It's preparing for the pitcher that you're going to see that night and keep your confidence up. But I mean, you got young, impressionable guys like Drew Stubbs and Jay Bruce with plenty of talent. It doesn't come all at once. It's always a work in progress. But he's got to be happy with the 2-strike at bats he's seen out of Votto and Phillips.
He holds on it, doesn't go. It's 2-2.
Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu, inspired solutions, and better results. JTM.
2-2 to Gomes. He's 2 for 5 against Green in their matchups. Votto off second, Phillips off first. 12 hits for the Reds and 6 runs. That'll kick away, and 2 runners will be in scoring position for a 3-2 pitch. So now the infield will come in. And Gomes 3-2 with 1 out. Trying to elevate to, at the very least, get a sacrifice fly out of this at bat. Not this time. But Johnny strikes out for the 2nd consecutive time. That's 2 away, and now the infield can drop back.
Good looking slider right here. Starts at middle of the plate, and by the time it gets there, it's about 4 or 5 inches outside.
Hitting for the pitcher in the 6th spot in the order will be Chris Valaika for his initial at bat since coming back. He spent time at the end of last year with the Reds. A great stint down at Louisville for Rick Sweet. Talk about a hitting coach that really gains plaudits every time you ask guys who come back up. Smokey Garrett's been brilliant down there, along with Teddy Power, the pitching coach. So Valaika, who's came up as a shortstop, played a lot of second last year, and this year's played some third as well. He'll get a chance to pinch hit with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. Well, Chris steps in. His initial at bat of the year. California native takes this one up high. Went to UC Santa Barbara, another one of our fine players that played for USA Baseball. Played in the World University Games and has rocketed his way from Billings to Dayton to Sarasota to Louisville and now to Cincinnati.
What do you have, a GPS on him? How'd you know he was on all those places?
We got a link going back to USC.
Yep.
What a great young man.
He is. First time I met him, he was outside the minor league clubhouse in Sarasota in spring training, shining his shoes. How often do you see that from today's player?
2 balls, no strikes. Sergio Mitre loosening for the Brewers. The Reds led at one point by 4. Then wound up being tied at 4. Now they've built up a 6-4 lead. Base hit here could make it 4 again. Phillips has a gigantic lead off second.
Nobody there to hold him. I mean, nobody. Ricky Weeks in normal spot at second base, shortstop in the hole, Bentacourt.
We talk about Brooke Jacoby, the work that Smokey Garrett did with Valaika last year, the year before, really. He had a horrible year. He hit .235, had an injury-marred season. Last year he hit over 300 at Louisville, and Smokey just got him to believe in himself again. 2 balls, no strikes. Would they risk putting a play on to throw through and try to pick Phillips off? And could Votto score if they did? I mean, you're talking about he's just inviting a play out there. Look at that lead. Breaking ball drops in there for a strike. You hope to get a good pitch to hit at 2-0.
Well, I think also as a right-handed hitter, having never faced Sean Green, you hope to take a look at what his pitches look like. And now on a 2-0 count, he saw that sweeping slider, so he's got a pretty good idea of what Green has up there.
Went to school on it. Will he throw it again? Yes, he does, and it's 2-2.
A little tighter one right there.
But the Reds do some business. Run scoring hits from Votto and Phillips, and the Reds lead at 6-4.
Freeze cam. Johnny Gomes sliding right ahead of the tag by Jonathan Lucroy. That was our Coors Light Freeze Cam, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Johnny Gomes part of the scoring summary of today. 6 runs on 12 hits for the Reds, only 2 of them last night. They've committed an error. The Brewers have 4 runs on 6 hits. The starters are gone, neither of them involved in the decisions this afternoon, and the third pitcher of the day for Dusty Baker is Jordan Smith, in for the 12th time, and pretty good run of it. He came in the other night and gave up an opposite field home run to Ryan Braun, but you've got to be impressed with the way that Jordan Smith has thrown the ball this year in just his 2nd season in the major leagues. Called up last year out of AA, and he seems right at home.
Yeah, Chris, you talk about building a bullpen, and here's Corey Hart to lead off the bottom of 6. And in talking with Brian Price, everybody has different philosophies. There are some pitching coaches and managers who love to get matchup pitchers. The Brewers have that, especially Stetter, 1 or 2 batter guys. What many pitching coaches like, and I think Brian Price is of that persuasion, is Jordan Smith delivers, is somebody that can, a right-hander that can get a left-hander out as well as a right-hander. And if you can build a bullpen with versatile pitchers deep, and the Reds have that.
Well, if they're really good at that, they become a starter.
Yep.
But you're right about that. You want guys that can go more than just 1 inning out there. It's nice to have a 1 batter specialist who can guarantee you getting a guy out most of the time, like Stetter or Bray. But you're always looking to replace somebody like Arthur Rhodes, who it really didn't matter who he was facing. He has done over the last few years when he was with the Reds just lights out. And you lose him into free agency, and you're looking for somebody to replace him.
1-2. Yes, misses. I mean,
what's really helped, I think, Jordan Smith is the fact that over the winter, he was left off the playoff roster last year, and he went home and he reevaluated things. He said, I'm 1 pitch away as far as a different pitch in my arsenal to really be a complete reliever. So he went back and he worked. He kind of scrapped his changeup. He came up with a split finger pitch that he taught himself, worked on it with his dad, who for 15 years was a fast pitch softball pitcher, and he feels real comfortable with it. It's a pitch that goes straight down. It's hard to see. It's hard to pick up, and it's been a good pitch for him. And that was it right there.
Sitting next to you. I always learn something when I sit next to you.
I've got nothing to do. I hang out in the clubhouse and find out what's going on.
Now you go deep in the Reds bullpen. Nick Massett or Aroldis Chapman, in addition to Cordero, they can get lefties or righties out.
Yep.
So
well, they've got the kind of stuff that can do that. And of course, Aroldis, that at bat last night against Prince Fielder may have been one of the better at bats I've ever seen.
That was electric. What a slider. 2-2.
Another splitter there.
Renteria takes a little extra time, gets the out, one away. Here comes Betancourt. Hey, the Reds face the Marlins in a 3-game series starting this Friday. Don't miss the exciting series presented by McDonald's. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com today. There's Betancourt, who grounded out and singled. He was part of that 4th inning rally. If you joined us late, Reds led 4-0 after 1 on a 3-run homer from Joey Votto that followed singles by Stubbs and Bruce. Giannis capped it off with a sacrifice fly. And then the Brew Crew started to peck away. 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Betancourt had a base hit in that 4th inning rally, and he's going to get a double here. So Betancourt's 2 for 3. Runner in scoring position, and the tying run, potential tying run, coming to the plate, and the catcher, Jonathan Lucroy.
Paul Giannis at third, even with the bag, keeping him honest in case of a bunt, and the ball hops right over his head down the line. Just a tough break. Boy, it's hard in front of home plate here.
Grass cut low. Dirt is hard here in Milwaukee. It's an offensive ballpark, not just in the outfield, but in the infield, too.
Yeah, for a ballpark where the ball really doesn't carry all that well. I mean, it's nowhere near the home run park that Great American Ballpark is, but the ball gets through the infield quick.
Here's Lucroy, singled in the 3rd to start a rally and bounced into a fielder's choice that allowed a run to score the 3rd run of the day for Milwaukee in the 4th inning. With the right-hander now in, and the pitcher spot due up next, Mark Kotze has moved into the on-deck circle for Ron Renicky. Kotze and Counsell, the 2 left-handed bats on the bench. Brewers have been short-handed the first 2 games of the series from the bench. Last night, Kotze was in the game, and they used Counsell. They came in with Corey Hart, righty-righty matchup late. Today, they've got 2 lefties. So Kotze prepared to be used here, and Counsell still available. Boggs and Nieves from the right side for Ron Renicky. They got an extra pitcher, and they're 1 short on the bench. You don't know how long they'll continue to do that. Might change when they bring Greinke back. 2 balls, 1 strike. That's a base hit past Giannis. Betancourt had to hold, so he'll only get to 3rd, and it's 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Broken bat base hit that just gets past the outstretched effort of Paul Giannis.
Yeah, both the hits in this inning kind of bad luck hits if you're Jordan Smith. One a high hopper over the 3rd baseman's head for a double. And Lucroy, who gets fooled on this pitch, but you have to give him a little credit. I mean, he hangs back just enough to put a decent part of the bat on the ball and finds a spot in the left side of the infield for a knock. He's got a couple of hits on the day, Jonathan has.
Well, there's Kotze, who's been an everyday player for most of the first month. With Corey Hart on the disabled list, he's played a lot. Yet to get a hit in this series, and for the first time in a couple of years, he's seen a lot of at-bats against lefties. Now this is the role they envisioned for him more often than not, with Corey Hart back in a lefty-righty matchup. Kotze steps in. That misses. Mark first made it to the major leagues with the Florida Marlins back in '97. Florida, San Diego, Oakland, Atlanta, the Red Sox, the White Sox.
Well, when he broke in, what a pure athlete.
Oh.
Great center fielder. Cover a lot of ground. Good arm. Solid level swing. Kind of sidelined with some back injuries along the way.
That's going to get through, and a run's going to score. So seeing eye hits here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the Brewers now made it a 1-run game again at 6-5.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Jordan Smith or Dusty Baker? I mean, we're all seeing the same thing here. Balls are just finding the holes.
And Brian Price will come out and talk to Smith and probably deliver the same message.
You know what happens when a pitcher starts giving up hits like this? He begins to nibble a little bit because you think, gee, I've got to make a perfect pitch to get these hitters out. When in reality, you just happen to be unlucky.
You're doing everything right. Just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Hey, come for the Reds. Stay for more fun. Cruise the Ohio River aboard BB Riverboats and make it a weekend getaway. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. Still only one out, and here you get to the dangerous part of this lineup, Chris. You got Weeks, Gomes, and then you always got Braun and Fielder and McGee right around the corner.
Now, not an easy guy to double up as Weeks.
Ricky today struck out, doubled, and then scored on a single by Gomes in the 3rd. Gomez, rather, in the 3rd.
Weeks last year had 754 plate appearances, and he grounded into only 5 double plays.
Speed is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, he's somewhat of a fly ball hitter, but still.
Little wrinkle on that, and it's strike 1. Middle of the infield double play depth. Phillips trying to keep the runner close at second. Gomez on deck. In the dirt. They'll go to 3rd, but it won't be in time. The runner holds at 1st. So the double play still in order. That's the good news for the Reds. Kotze did not move. So still a chance for 2. Lucroy got a late break, and I don't think Hannigan thought he would have a chance. And he finally looked up and saw that Lucroy had a late break and couldn't get it there in time. A wild pitch. Now it's 1st and 3rd. Strike zone's gotten tighter as the day's gone on.
I mean, you know, sometimes you make a pitch so good you fool the hitter and the umpire. And Ricky Weeks, I'm wondering why he couldn't pull the trigger on this one.
Track shows it as a ball.
Let's see the overhead. Just kidding. Guy's doing a good job behind the plate.
Left field, back, looking up, reaching up, Gomes got it. Tagging at 3rd and scoring will be the tying run and a sacrifice fly from Ricky Weeks. Weeks hit the homer that gave the Brewers a win last night, and today he's got 2 hits and a sacrifice. He knocks this one back up again, 6-6.
The ball that got by Ryan Hannigan and allowed Jonathan Lucroy to get to 3rd base enables Weeks to pick up an easy run batted in. He goes down and get a pretty good off-speed pitch right there. That's that splitter, I believe, that Jordan Smith has come up with, and it's a good one. But he gets his foot down, keeps his head down, and drives it deep enough to get the ball into the outfield for an easy sac fly.
Kotze had gone halfway. He went back to 1st, so he's still at 1st with 2 away, and here's Gomez. The Reds came up with 2 big 2-strike hits to take the lead 6-4. And Gomez came up with the Brewers' best two-strike effort of today. A two-strike base hit to right to score 2 runs back in the third. Down to third. Giannis will go to second. That'll do it. But the damage done. Double, single, single, and sacrifice fly. New game. We're tied at 6 again.
Fox Sports Ohio is brought to you by AT&T, by Cincinnati Children's, in the top 10 for all selected pediatric specialties in U.S. News and World Report's 2010 Best Children's Hospitals, by your Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real.
Well, back at Miller Park in Milwaukee, this has been a seesaw affair all day long. 12 hits for the Reds and 6 runs. They led it 4-0 on the strength of a Joey Votto 3-run homer. And then the Brewers came back to tie it at 4. The Reds took a 6-4 lead, and the Brewers have tied it again. So the 38-year-old LaTroy Hawkins just off the disabled list, where he's really been since the end of last August with shoulder surgery. He's back in, Chris.
Oh, we saw him pitch already in this series, and what he lacks is that fastball that he used to have that was in the mid-90s, but he was gassing up there in the low 90s, 91, 92 the other night. His breaking ball, always a hard breaking over the top, kind of 12-6 curveball. A little bit more of a rolling curveball right now, but you know, LaTroy with his experience and what he's been through, and if he stays healthy, he's going to be a big part of this setup in this bullpen.
That's what they had hoped last year. They signed him to a 2-year, $7.5 million deal, but last year he was only in 18 games before he went down with the shoulder troubles. Just activated this past week. So he'll face Paul Giannis. Giannis today, sacrifice fly, knocked in a run in the first, singled to left in the third, doubled to left. His second double of the year, that was in the fifth, and was left stranded. Line drive, quick swing. He shortened that swing, and it's produced today. His third hit of the day. Bobbled briefly by Gomez in center, but Giannis took a big turn, then scampered back to first.
You know, when Paul Giannis keeps his left shoulder in, he hits a lot of line drives. When he starts going bad, like a lot of hitters, you pull off the ball, but he's a guy that he's hard to keep that going over a period of time. He gets anxious up there. He sees pitches. He jumps at them. But when he keeps that shoulder in, you get that nice level line drive and say, hey, I'll take a single instead of trying to go yard. He'll pick up a few knocks, 3 of them on the day.
Hannigan 1 for 3 at the plate, with Renteria due up next, hitting in the 9th spot.
Trying to figure out if maybe Hannigan's going to bunt.
Yeah, this is the stage in a 7th inning now of a game that's been like a chess match, where Renicky has played for 1 run. Does Dusty play for 1? That's a strike. Hawkins, a starter throughout his minor league career, went to Minnesota and he started there, and then for a period of time closed in Minnesota and then closed in Chicago. In fact, he closed for Dusty Baker when Dusty was the manager in Chicago. They still have maintained a great relationship over the years. Here, a setup man for Axford in the bullpen for Milwaukee. Popped up. Fielder back. Weeks calling him off. One away. Well, on this afternoon, you've got Reds baseball, but weekdays on Fox Sports Ohio, it's the Dan Patrick Show. Don't miss exclusive guests, including high-profile athletes and celebrities like Chris Welch, breaking sports news, and unparalleled insider access. Tomorrow, Dan welcomes a couple of outstanding athletes that you'll want to keep up on. Ryan Leaf's going to be there. That's the Dan Patrick Show tomorrow at 9 on Fox Sports Ohio. Draft time tomorrow. Talking NFL draft. Nemakong Su will join him. Talk some NFL draft specialties. Who will the Bengals pick? Here's Edgar, single last time up. McMassett loosening in the bullpen for Cincinnati. 13 hits now for the Reds. Already 9 stranded by Cincinnati through 6, and we're here in the top of the 7th. Line drive sinking, in comes Hart. He's got it, and they'll try to double up Giannis, but Paul gets back. That's what you get when you put Corey Hart back in the lineup. That kind of defense and that kind of an arm, Chris.
I'll tell you, that's a nice play right there by Corey Hart. Fresh off the DL, blew out a rib muscle in spring training and just got activated yesterday. And the sinking line drive from Edgar Renteria looks like it might fall for a hit. Not only does he get caught, but he comes up and spins and throws nearly a strike to first base. Man, that's a nice play.
Darn nice. Boy, I tell you, he's so happy. I mean, this was opening day for him, and he's happy just to be healthy and back in the lineup. And he brings outstanding defense as well as solid offense to right field. And you know, Hawkins says thank you very much. That gets by him. The Reds have a run in the lead again. Here's Drew. Stubbs today singled in the first and scored on the homer by Votto. Fly to center, struck out, and then walked in the 6th. Two hopper down to short, and they'll take care of the runner Giannis. So the Reds get a leadoff base hit, nothing to show for it. Bottom of 7, Ryan Braun will lead it off. Season for your lawn, too. Visit your local Lowe's for savings and a free MLB fan guide. Compliments of Scott's. Compliments of Porky Lopez. Out of the bullpen is Nick Massett.
Now, Nick started the season off as the 8th inning guy. Here he is in the bottom of the 7th inning, a tie ball game, and he's like last year, got off to kind of a slow start, overthrowing the ball, kind of pulling his head away from his pitching arm and leaving the ball out over the middle of the plate. But over the last couple of outings, it seems like Nick has fixed that, and he's throwing the ball much better, staying behind the baseball more. I mean, here's a guy that maybe other than Aroldis Chapman has the best stuff on the team. Those 4 pitches for strikes, a couple of different kinds of fastballs, a curveball, a cutter, a splitter. It's all a matter of finding the right part of the zone.
If you go into a series, you look at what are your matchups. We told you about Bray and Fielder, 0 for 13 now, and this is the other matchup that Dusty Baker knew he had out of his bullpen, and that's Nick Massett against Braun. Braun 0 for 10 against him. Prince Fielder on deck, 2 for 7 against Nick. Strike 1 to Braun. Today Braun lined out, flied out, and was hit by a pitch. That drops in there for a strike. Takes a little off. Way out in front was Braun, who held on the trigger on that one. Brawny, the player of the week last week with a brilliant offensive week. Steps in at 372 on the season this afternoon. After the 0 for 2 down to 364. What an impact player. Yes, missing, even up at 2-2. Pretty good combo. Braun, Fielder, and McGee and Hart behind them. Good solid middle of the lineup for Ron Renicky. '82, it was Harvey's Wallbangers, Harvey Keene's big home run hitting club. This is a different kind of offensive club, but very formidable. Got him. So make it 0 for 11, Massett against Braun. And we talked earlier, Chris, about Joey Votto, and Braun's the same way. That's only his 17th strikeout with 16 walks. Very difficult to get him to strike out.
Well, I mean, he's just a complete player, Braun is. And I mean, that is some serious sink on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Braun thinks he's on it. He looks back saying, are you kidding me?
Here's Prince, flied out, walked, and bounced into a fielder's choice, but remained on after an error by the shortstop. Renteria allowed what was then the tying run to score to tie it at 4. Reds, after today's game, fly home. Off day tomorrow. And home for the weekend. Don't forget Friday night, Gold Glove night at the ballpark. Saturday, Joey Votto night. Hope you join us at the ballpark by the river. The weather's supposed to be great. It's under it, hits it deep to center. Will he have room? Yes, he will. That's hit a mile in the air, but Stubbs just has about 10 feet of room enough to haul it in. That's one of those Dave Kingman fly balls.
He had everybody in his ballpark thinking it might be out of here. That ball was, I think, some kind of an off-speed pitch. It could have been a splitter that he throws, and he took, by taking something off the fastball, took some of the power away from Prince. A mile high and nearly a mile long.
A 2 away, and here comes McGee. Casey 0 for 3. Three fly balls from the big third baseman. They didn't know whether he'd be back in the lineup today after jamming his left hand on Friday night, taking yesterday off. But he's back in there. Rip, but foul.
It was kind of a weird play. It happened on the very last play of the game. A high throw from the left side of the infield, Miguel Cairo to Joey Votto, and he came down off the bag, kind of went over to the bag, and he and McGee got there at the same time. McGee looked like he tried to avoid contact. It did not look to me like he was trying to dislodge the ball or anything, and ended up with a sore thumb, and we were hoping that he wouldn't be hurt. Good kid. Nice player, too.
He's filled a big hole at third for the Brewers.
Yeah, there was kind of a competition between Casey McGee and Matt Gamble. And Gamble has had some injuries and setbacks, and McGee has pretty much nailed down that spot at third base here.
Before that, they thought Billy Hall would be the guy. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. And of course, Braun went there when he first came up. After an error-prone start, they moved him to left, and boy, has he found a home and left. Braun's gone from a subpar third baseman to an above-average left fielder.
You don't have to worry about his defense when he's in the batter's box.
Two. So we'll go full with 2 away. In the dirt, it'll kick away, and a walk that'll bring Corey Hart to the plate. And don't forget, you can take the Reds with you wherever you go this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Reds game live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. With MLB.tv Premium, you can enjoy HD quality, home and away coverage, multi-game view, and the ability to pause and rewind live games. Visit Reds.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Well, if you don't have it, get it. It's outstanding. You want to keep up with your favorite team or the game in general. Here's Corey facing Massett. Corey today bounced to short, his first hit of the year and his first start of the season, a base hit to right. That was the middle of a rally in the fourth that produced a run for the Brewers. And he bounced to short against Jordan Smith in the sixth. Chris, when I was doing games regularly, it was, you're at the ballpark every day, but not being at the ballpark every day at MLB.tv is outstanding.
It is.
You can see every game. You can see it in ways that you don't see it on TV. Gives you the chance to keep up with the game in a way that's never been available before. Waves at it. Nick Massett gives up a walk. No harm, no foul. The big guy's coming up. Bruce, Votto, Phillips. Can the Reds take the lead for the third time today? for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast back here in Milwaukee. How about Joey Votto in the first inning? After Stubbs and Bruce singled, Votto went big time for home run number 5 on the year that gave the Reds an early 3-0 lead.
Had a 3-0 count, took a 3-0 pitch pretty much in the same spot where he had that 3-1 pitch that he went oppage out of here. After having only 2 hits last night, the Reds have put 13 on the board today.
That was a big at bat, but maybe even a bigger one came in the 6th. They pitched to him with runners at 2nd and 3rd, and after going down 0-2, he hit a 1-2 pitch into right for a base hit that gave the Reds a 5-4 lead.
Well, back-to-back days for Cameron Lowe. Pitched an inning last night. A scoreless inning, although he hit Paul Giannis with a pitch. Faced 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup.
So Lowe will face Bruce in the number 2 spot. Jay is 1 for 4 against him. Good day at the plate for Bruce. They overshifted on him twice, and Chris, significantly, they're not overshifting on him here. For the first time in the series, they didn't overshift on him last time up, and they don't again. With the shift on, he singled to left twice.
Well, I think one was probably a hit and run the first time up.
Yep.
The second base hit he had, he just went with it. So once your spray chart begins to even out, that defensive alignment will also even out.
Now, the Reds have a great advance scout in Sean Pender, who does a tremendous job. The advance scout for the Brewers is our old friend Chris Bosio, who used to be in the Reds minor league system. And there is the human factor of scouting, but there's also the numbers, and in this day and age, more than ever, people go by numbers on those spray charts, don't they?
Well, they do, because the charts don't lie. But it was interesting to hear Cal Ripken last night when we had him on the air, George, talk about where he positioned himself. He was always a guy that people respected for being in the right place at the right time. And it's all about realizing tendencies, to count the hitter, what pitches your pitcher has in his arsenal, and what he's likely to throw on a certain count, and where the hitter will likely hit it. And, if you had more Ripkins on the field, you wouldn't need computers.
You're right. Here comes Joey, a homer and a run-scoring single, 2 for 3. And by the way, don't miss the Reds this Saturday when they take on the Marlins. First 30,000 fans receive a Joey Votto MVP bobblehead, courtesy of PNC. Get tickets to see the Reds and Marlins. 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com today. The current Reds MVP. It was great to see him and Joe Morgan the first week of the season when the Brewers were in town. Joe spent a couple of days around the club and lockered next to Brandon Phillips. Talked a little baseball with him and talked baseball with Joey too. They're playing him perfectly this time. Betancourt has it, and there's 2 away. And I mean, Joe Morgan, a multi-MVP winner, and it was interesting to see his advice for the Reds, not just Joey. I mean, he said to Joey, you're an MVP now, so think like an MVP, act like an MVP, walk like an MVP. And he basically said the same thing to a couple of the Reds to let them understand that last year you don't look at it as a fluke. Last year you don't look at it just as an accomplishment. When you win a division, when you go that next level, you carry that to the ballpark with you every day. And people on the other side of the field see that.
Yeah, that's a great point from Joe Morgan. And the time that he spends in that clubhouse is so valuable because these guys know who Joe Morgan was. And, he's kept his legend alive through all those years that he did Sunday Night Baseball and is such a respected color analyst. And, during the games, he sits up in the front office suite with Walt Jocketty and those guys up there, and he's talking baseball, and Tibbetts is there as well. So they're getting their money's worth out of little Joe.
I don't think it's by accident that he sat in the locker next to Brandon Phillips either. I think he's kind of taken Brandon under his wing, just the way Frank Robinson did when Brandon came up in Montreal and Robinson was his manager. And Chris, you and I remember when we first picked up Brandon and we went to Washington when Robinson was the manager, and Frank came out and said, "Is the kid here?" And we said yes. He said, "I want to see him." So under the field, Robinson waited for Brandon Phillips, and he took him into his office and said, look, you got a second chance. Not many people get a second chance. Take advantage of this one. And Brandon Phillips said, Mr. Robinson, I will. And boy, is he taking advantage of this chance.
Yeah, that was what great pickup. Wayne Krivsky picked up Brandon Phillips when he was a general manager with the Reds from the Cleveland Indians. And I can't remember who went the other way, but needless to say, the Reds got the best of that deal.
It was off waivers. The Indians didn't think that he'd be happy as a bench player after he lost the shortstop job to Peralta. There's Johnny, first pitch swinging this time. He'll sky it in the infield of the shortstop. Betancourt has it, so the Reds get a walk, nothing to show for it. We're tied 6-6 going to the bottom of inning number 8. After today's game and every game, stay with Fox Sports Ohio for Reds Live. We've got the most highlights, comprehensive news, and behind-the-scenes stories that you want about your Reds. Hear from Dusty before anybody else. That's Reds Live postgame, brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Pick will be with you, and when the Reds head back home, Jeff Pecoro and Jim Day will be back man in the fort when the Reds play Friday against Florida. Numbers on this one: 6-13-1 for Cincinnati, 6-9-0 for Milwaukee. The number that jumps out at you, Chris, the Reds have stranded 11 so far this afternoon.
Yeah, they've had their chances and not been able to come up with the big hit to put the Brewers away, but the Brewers also have left some runners on base.
6 so far going into the bottom of the 8th inning, and Logan Andrusek will take over. He'll face Betancourt in the bottom 3 spots in the order. Here's Logan's bill of fare for numbers.
You know, the way it looks right now, I mean, it looks like Massett and Andrusek's roles have been flip-flopped, maybe trying to take a little pressure off of Nick Massett. Andrusek's been throwing the ball so well that they put him in the setup role or the 8th inning role. Came in last night and gave Ricky Weeks a fastball that he lined out of here. That turned out to be the difference in the ball game.
Logan's ahead 0-2 to Betancourt, who's 2 for 3, a single and a double. And he scored a run. Got him. 1 away, the strikeout for Andrusek. Now, Chris, you're liable to go a whole season and never have a bat head flying at you. He's had his last 2 appearances, and he's had flying lumber coming at him, one to the left and one to the right.
Well, that's a cutter right there that he throws, and he throws it hard, above 90 miles an hour. He also throws, in his better fastball, is that 2-seamer that rides in on a right-hander. And in 2 consecutive nights he's gone out there and sawed somebody off, and that bat head comes flying out at him.
Once he picked up the ground ball, the other time the shortstop Giannis picked it up. But you've been there. That's a scary moment, huh?
Well, the bats are breaking nowadays more than ever before. In fact, if you look carefully at some of these bats, the maple bats will be marked. The ones that have a propensity to break more will be marked a little rectangle that is not dyed. I mean, if the bat is dyed black, you'll see that white rectangle above where the hitter holds the bat. And that's kind of a warning signal to the catcher and the umpire that this is one of those with a thin handle and a fat head that has a tendency to separate.
Here's Lucroy, 2 singles and a fielder's choice. The fielder's choice plated a run in the 4th. Pitcher spot due up next, and the other lefty on the bench for Ron Renicky, Craig Counsell, is in the on-deck circle.
I think they only mark the bats that are made of maple that do that. The white ash bats are the ones that traditionally have been used for bats for so many decades. They're ones that they remain unmarked.
Aroldis Chapman up and loosening, because every time you turn around you're looking at the big guys coming around at you one more time, and we're now in the number 9 spot in the order. Here's Counsell. Counsell steps in for his 27th at bat of the season. Overall 154, yet to get a hit in this series. Very valuable on the field. He'll play second, short, or third, and an outstanding pinch hitter. This one sliced into left center. Will anybody get there? No. Renteria can't get there. They can't get the throw to second, and Counsell has a pinch hit base hit, and the go-ahead run is sitting at second. Well, that extra step of being a double play depth for Renteria, the extra step in closer to the bag, prevents him from getting to this.
Yeah, that's a good point, George. And you make a good pitch if you're Logan Ondrusek, and the ball ends up with a base hit anyhow. No man's land out there, nearly snagged by Edgar Renteria. That would have been a dandy of a play. Over his shoulder, first and second. The Brewers with 1 out got something going as they now turn the lineup over.
And the difficulty now is the speed of Ricky Weeks at trying to turn 2. Weeks today struck out, doubled, singled, and his sacrifice fly in the 6th tied the game at 6. So Weeks facing Ondrusek, and here comes Dusty.
Well, this was the matchup that happened last night. Weeks and Ondrusek. Weeks hit a high fastball, a little cutter out over the plate on a line drive for a home run, and Dusty doesn't want to leave that to happen again.
And that home run in 3 appearances, Weeks has 2 home runs against Ondrusek, so he won't get the chance to deal with him this time. Chapman, who had been loosening, is on his way in, and Chris Heisey will come in a double switch. When we return, we'll set the stage for you. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. We're tied at 6. The Brewers have first and second with 1 out. Double switch by Dusty. Chris Heisey will enter the game in the 6th spot. He would lead off in the top of the 9th inning. So he takes Gomes' spot, and Aroldis Chapman comes in Gomes' old spot, the number 5 spot. And he's set to face Ricky Weeks.
Pretty good batting average against right there for Aroldis Chapman. He has pitched 10 innings and given up 2 hits, 3 hits overall. And has just dominated. And I think the difference for Chapman lately, George, is the fact that, you know, after he was out in San Diego and he pitched 3 days in a row and his velocity went from 104 to 94 and everybody's worried about his arm. Well, they gave him a few days off and he's back throwing 100 miles an hour. But I think the difference this time around that we've seen in the last couple of outings that he's working his breaking ball a lot more. He struck out Prince Fielder last night on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball first pitch and then back-to-back sliders that were virtually unhittable. So don't be surprised to see him break that breaking ball out early in the count here to Ricky Weeks, who's a good fastball hitter.
He's got a lethal slider and another breaking ball that not quite a slider. It's like a loopy slider and not quite a curveball either. Well, they'll face Weeks for the first time ever. First and second with 1 out. Chapman to the stretch. In on the hands at 98 miles an hour for strike 1. What Chapman would love here is a strikeout, and we talked about it earlier. This is a lefty who really is equally proficient at getting righties or lefties out.
Well, with his kind of stuff, you'd figure that. But, you know, if you throw a fastball right down the middle, even at 98 to 100 miles an hour, eventually a good fastball hitting major leaguer will time it.
Strike 1 from Chapman. That got him. Well, that'll load the bases, bringing the potential go-ahead run down to third. And that'll bring up Carlos Gomez. The one thing about Weeks and Fielder both, Chris, is that they'll crowd the plate. They each, every year, will be hit by a pitch over 20 times, usually 1 and 2 in the league. And they're not afraid to get hit, and that's kept rallies alive time and time again.
It's one thing getting hit, and it's another thing getting hit when a guy's throwing 100. This ball looks like it gets him on the right arm. Just kind of a glancing blow. And other Ryan Hannigan got it worse off the deflection than Ricky Weeks did.
Reds bring the infield halfway with Gomez at the plate. Slap foul. Gomez had one of the best at-bats of the day for the Brewers. It came in the third with 2 outs and runners at second and third. He fell down 0-2 and managed to punch a ball into right to plate 2 and make it a 4-2 game. That got the Brewers back in the ball game. So Ron Renicky, Jerry Narron behind him, hoping to come up with the kind of magic that the Reds have usually had against the Brewers of late. They went ahead in the 8th yesterday. They're trying to do it again today. 0-1. .98 miles an hour, down and in. It's strike 2.
Took a little off that one.
Didn't you wish you could do that?
The first was 1-1. Hey, maybe once or twice a game is all you need.
At 98 or 101?
I see Jerry Narron in there, and I can't help but think he's thinking, hey, I didn't have that kind of arm those kind of arms when I was managing the Reds.
0-2, looking for the strikeout is Chapman. Shortened his swing. Gomez just gets a piece to stay alive. Lucroy walked. Counsell a bloop base hit. And Weeks hit by a pitch. That's loaded the bases. Time called. Chapman steps off. Oh, he's hung tough on 2 tough pitches.
Yeah, he has shortened up his swing a little bit, just trying to make contact. But, you know, you got to figure. I mean, I've never been in a batter's box. Well, maybe against Nolan Ryan. I don't know if he was throwing 100 miles an hour, but if you want to make contact, you almost have to start swinging as that arm's coming through before you actually see the ball. I'm just wondering if they're going to drop a breaking ball on him right here and get Gomez to chase something.
0-2 again. Oh boy, he swung at a ball, but I think he's doing exactly what you talked about, Chris. He's starting to swing, just hoping to get a piece.
Right.
+33,000 here at Miller Park, trying to get their club a run in the 8th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Renteria and Phillips halfway at second and short. Got it.
Now that was the slider. Finally decided enough is enough with Carlos Gomez, and a slider at 87.
So now they can drop the infield back with 2 outs. That's the good news. The bad news is it's Ryan Braun coming to the plate.
Well, Chapman has thrown a lot of first pitch fastballs, and I'm not letting out any state secrets here. I mean, scouting reports will tell you that. Hitting coaches know that, and Ryan Braun knows that. He threw a first pitch fastball last night to Fielder and a first pitch fastball to Weeks and Gomez.
Braun today lined out, flied out, hit by a pitch and struck out. He's facing Chapman for the first time.
Well, Ryan Hannigan's getting all beat up back there.
About the 4th time this afternoon he's taken one off the hand, the knee, or the shoulder. Chapman trying to close out the Brewers. No place to put Braun. Fielder on deck in a 6-6 game here in the 8th. Well, this is what you pay to come and see. A pitcher like Chapman and a hitter like Braun. Here's the strike 1. Oof. Working on back-to-back days, Aroldis. The 87-mile-an-hour slider at the low range and 101 the high range of his fastball. You're not going to beat Braun with all fastballs. 101 fouled off. And the other part of the equation, Chris, with the runner on third representing the go-ahead run, a slider in the dirt takes on a whole different look.
Well, you've got as good a one behind the plate as you can find in Ryan Hannigan. I mean, he's got great mechanics back there. He will use his body to keep that ball from getting away from him. If you're Ryan Braun, you're thinking just see the ball, hit the ball. You're not thinking about, is he going to drop a slider on me? If you do that, that fastball will whisk right by you.
1-2. Chapman to the stretch. Lucroy off third. Bases loaded. Big deep breath from Aroldis. 1-2. Nub down to third. Giannis will go to first and take care of it. So Aroldis Chapman comes in and takes care of business after hitting Weeks. He gets Gomez and Braun going to the ninth. 6-6. Depot doing more for you on defense. Paul Janisch, wherever you put him, at short or third, comes up with something, and boy, he did there. He's had a couple of brilliant plays today. This slow roller, they just do get the out at first. Home Depot doing more on defense for the team that had the best defense in the league last year, the Reds. Janisch due up second in this inning, has 3 hits and a sacrifice fly. It'll be Heise who entered the game on the double switch. Janisch and Hannigan. John Axford will come in. Hope you had a chance to join us with Jeff Pecoro on Reds Live before the game. We've talked about it over the last couple of years. John Axford almost was a Red. In fact, Dan O'Brien, who's now an assistant here to general manager Doug Melvin, was the guy who had his eye on Axford when Axford was at Notre Dame. The Reds did draft him, never signed him, and he went from tending bar to working at a cell phone store to now being the closer for the Milwaukee Brewers. He'll face Chris Heise. Heise's first at bat of the day, 32nd at bat of the year. Axford came in last night after the Brewers took the lead on the homer by Weeks. He struck out Votto, got Phillips to fly out, and got Renteria to fly out to nail down the game. And you know about the blown saves. He's had 2 of them. The first one came opening day in Cincinnati when he gave up the 3-run home run to Ramon Hernandez, and the Reds came back to start a 3-game sweep of Milwaukee at Great American Ballpark. Tie game. Heise's job, get on base any way you can. 3-0. There's a strike. Gallardo, Stetter, Green, Hawkins, Lowe, and now Axford for Milwaukee today. Hop back, and we'll go full 3-2. Three-hit day for Janisch so far. He waits on deck. Left center, catchable for Gomez. He's got it 1 away. And here comes Janisch. Hitting in the 7th spot. His sacrifice fly in the first plated a run to make it 4-0 Cincinnati. If you joined us late, Reds led 4-0 in the first. Singles by Stubbs and Bruce, homer by Votto, his 5th of the year. And then a sacrifice fly by Janisch gave the Reds their 4 first-inning runs against Giovanni Gallardo. Gallardo then settled down, held the Reds at bay while Milwaukee scored 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th to tie it at 4. And in the 6th, the Reds got a base hit from Renteria, a walk to Stubbs, a sacrifice, a base hit by Votto. They had first base open, and they elected to pitch to him, and he went down 0-2 and hit a 1-2 pitch into right to give the Reds a 5-4 lead. Phillips then singled to make it 6-4, but the Brewers came back to tie it again, and that's where we are right now. Here it's 0-2 to Janisch. Dusty has seen his club leave 11 on base through 8 innings. Yes, missing 1 and 2. In the dirt, 2-2. The Reds have used Valleca, Renteria, and Heise from their bench. They still have the left-handed swinging Jeremy Hermida and, of course, Ramon Hernandez available. Edgar entered the game on a double switch, hitting in the 9th spot. popped him up. McGee foul territory, 2 away. And here comes Hannigan. As you look to the bottom of the 9th, Fielder, McGee, and Hart due up 4, 5, and 6, with Coco Cordero loosening in the Reds bullpen. Cordero, of course, came from Texas to Milwaukee, where he was their closer. Made the All-Star game as a Brewer and then the All-Star game as a Red. That's a foul ball.
Well, I would imagine, George, that if Chapman can go one more hitter, and the word we get is that he will be in there for at least one more hitter to face Fielder, and then they'll bring in Francisco Cordero after they start bringing in the right-handers. And with the at-bat that Chapman had against Fielder last night, I mean, Dusty Baker has to be so tempted to just leave him in there for one more if he can do it.
No balls, 1 strike. Struck him out last night. And obviously he's the guy you want against the left-handers. After Fielder, there's McGee and then Hart, 2 right-handers. And the Brewers are out of left-handed pinch hitters. Another weak pop-up. So Axford has a productive top of the 9th. We're going to the bottom of 9. Prince Fielder due up first. Game. Corey Hart's in the lineup for the first time as a starter, and boy, did he come up with a dandy catch there that robbed extra bases from the Reds. And he almost doubled up Paul Janich, our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. So Chapman will stay in there to face Prince. It'll be Fielder to lead it off, bottom of the 9th. Casey McGee and Corey Hart to follow. Today, Prince flied out, walked. That was a leadoff walk in the 4th against Sam LeCure. He eventually came around to score. And against Billy Bray, he grounded to first. The Reds almost turned an inning double play, but the throw by Renteria got away from Bray for an error, and the tying run scored to tied it at 5. And then last time up, he hit a fly ball to center that went to the warning track and straight away center. These two met last night for the first time, and it was electric, Chris.
Well, the sequence was fastball, slider, slider. We'll see how Chapman does it today.
Down and away, looking for a fastball, and there's a pop foul. He was looking for one again. He was on it, but fouled it off. Strike 1. I think Hannigan wanted that outside even further. Faced him once in Cincinnati. There's a slider, and It was nasty last night. It's still nasty today.
Well, he started that ball at Prince Fielder, and it froze Fielder for just a split second and couldn't pull the trigger. So the same as last night. First pitch fastball, next pitch slider. What do we have coming here?
0-2. Yes, sir. Boy, you couldn't draw it up any better than that. Takes care of the big left-handed swinger.
Well, he threads the needle on the corner, and Prince Fielder knows it.
And Dusty has not moved, so Chris, Dusty had made it very clear he's going to communicate with Chapman to see how he feels day to day and also how he feels inning to inning.
Yeah, I'm not so sure they really figured out yet how is the best way to use this young man as far as multiple innings in the same game, back-to-back-to-back days. They're not sure what he can and cannot do.
This one to right, going back is Bruce, but he'll have room.
One thing for certain, you get a young man who's throwing the ball over the plate at 98 miles an hour plus with a good slider. As long as he feels good, leave him in there.
Well, McGee was dialed up for that at 98. And, there is a letdown after you face Fielder. That letdown almost cost him there. Well, here's Corey Hart, a fan favorite here. Dusty hoping that Chapman can take us to extras. We're tied at 6, bottom of the 9th. Hart bounced out, singled, bounced out, struck out. He did not see Chapman in Cincinnati. And as Reggie Jackson always said, some hitters don't see him, they hear him.
Well, I'll tell you, having stood behind the batting cage while Chapman's thrown, simulated games or live batting practice, that slider is just about as good or better than his fastball. And back to back of him to Corey Hart, he's thinking, holy smokes.
I think they read the swing of McGee, too. McGee was geared for the fastball and almost got a good piece of it.
Well, they almost did. He was still late and turned into be a can of corn out there.
No balls, 2 strikes. Coming in. That's drilled, going over is Heisey. It'll drop in front of him for a base hit.
Well, a 100-mile-an-hour fastball for Corey Hart, and he just drops the bat head and picks up a nice line drive.
Ahead 0-2. Hannigan wanted it down and in. Instead, it hits the strike zone, and Corey Hart makes him pay. All right, if you're Renicky now, you've got Betancourt to the plate. Long motion from Chapman. Do you send Hart from first? Of course, Hart's never seen Chapman's move. They got him. They got him. Votto chasing him back. Yes, sirree. They picked his pocket.
I don't even think he was going. I think that he has never seen his move, as you said, froze, and when he decided to go back, it was too late.
That's going to take us to extras. Another look. Chapman freezes him. The tag supplied by Renteria. We're going extras in Milwaukee. Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Now we're going extras. 6 runs, 13 hits, and an error for the Reds. 6-11-0 for the Brew Crew. Aroldis electric again today, Jeff Pecoro.
Boy, he sure was, George. And the first man to greet him when he came off the field was Dusty Baker with a big high five. And all you had to do was see Joey Votto's face as he came towards the dugout and looked over to Aroldis and gave him one of those big eyes and kind of rolled his eyes like, wow, that was something else. Great pickoff move there. That lefty, Chris Welsh, was known for that. What was it, Chris? You have the record 17 throws over to first, I think it is.
I had a lot more guys at first base to worry about than Chapman, whoever will.
He got good at it.
George Grant was. Well,
you're right.
You got them all on tape, George, and replayed them one at a time back in the day. And
I remember that night on SportsCenter. We replayed every throw over.
I haven't, and then you know what? It was for Vince Coleman. He stole second base on the 18th. I knew I should have gone one more.
All right, going to the 10th. We're tied at 6. New pitcher for the Brew Crew is Sergio Mitre. And for the Reds, Edgar Renteria, hitting in the 9th spot, will lead it off. Renteria singled and lined out in his 2 plate appearances. The single in the 6th inning started a Reds rally that produced 2 runs and gave them a 6-4 lead. Brandon Boggs comes into the game in right in place of Corey Hart. So the lineup now has Boggs in the 9th spot and Mitre hitting in the 6th spot. That's a strike. The ball that Renteria hit to right was the one that you just saw on the John Morrell hot dog play that Hart made a diving stop of. That gets by him, and the Reds would have an extra run, and we'd be going home. See if they can come up with something here. Down to short. Betancourt has it. Renteria retired 1 away.
It's funny how these games go. You know, managers most of the time manage the game for 9 innings. So you get the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and you're using your bullpen. You're bringing your guys in for 1 hitter here, a few hitters there to get out of an inning, and all of a sudden you've used up your bullpen. This is for both sides now. And now you're going into extra innings. Your bullpen is pretty much used up. So now you've got your long men available. Those are the guys who really the fate of the game rests in. Somebody who would normally be in the game if they came in earlier is only when your starting pitcher gets knocked out and they end up in a mop-up situation. But now they're in the most important position in the ball game.
Here's Drew Stubbs, top of the order, singled and scored on the Votto homer in the 1st. Flied out, struck out, walked, and scored in the 6th, and bounced into a fielder's choice in the 7th. So when you look at the bullpens for the Reds, 2 pitchers available. Carlos Fisher was up and loosening, and of course the closer, Francisco Cordero. Cordero had been up before. Zach Braddock, the left-hander, and Kinsler, the right-hander, still available in the bullpen for Ron Renicky. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Center field hit pretty good. Going back, Gomez to the warning track, to the wall. It's going to be gone. Drew Stubbs delivers. Oh, we talked about getting on with a bunt, Chris. That's a heck of a lot better, isn't it?
I'll tell you, you just underestimate his power. You just amazed sometimes when he hits the ball. It doesn't seem like he gets it all, but it just keeps carrying and carrying.
Watch this swing, compact. Boom.
Kept his head down nicely on that one and just stayed right behind it.
Home run number 5 for Drew, and it's a big boy homer here in Milwaukee.
I say that 4 of the 5 home runs he has hit this year have either been to right field or to dead center.
Gomez knowing he's got a shot at the wall, but this one just clears the wall. Hits the wall behind the on-field wall, and that's a smiling swing for Drew Stubbs. So the Reds take a 1-run lead, and for the 3rd time today they've taken the lead back. 4-0 in the 1st, then after it was tied 4-4, 6-4, and now it's 7-6 Cincinnati. Jay Bruce today Good sign, 2 base hits to left after they overshifted on him. And since then, they have not overshifted. So they're playing him even Steven. He's 2 for 4 with a sacrifice. 2-1. Mitre gave up a single to Stubbs when they faced each other in the 9th on Friday in a game the Reds won 9-3. This one bounced the other way. And how about this, Chris? 3 base hits to left for Drew Stubbs today. That's a good sign.
Well, you know, anytime he's able to use the whole field, he's going to make himself a better hitter. And I think that it's going to make the defense a little more honest. The next series the Reds play, the Marlins are going to get this report. The Houston Astros will get this report. You're going to see more of a conventional defense on Jay Bruce.
And here comes Joey. He started the Reds scoring with a 3-run homer in the first. And then a base hit gave the Reds the lead for the second time, 5-4 in the 6th. Little insurance would be nice. And for the first time in this series, in the 3 days we've been here, the sun is starting to peek through the glass enclosure down the first base line. Look out, that's wide. It has been, as it has been throughout the Midwest and even in Cincinnati again today, gloomy, cloudy, misty, rainy. Good weather moving in for the weekend. Hope you join us Friday and Saturday. Great American Ballpark. Friday, Gold Glove Day. Saturday, Joey Votto bobblehead day. Fouled off to the left side, 2-1. And some hitters, they step out and, you know, they're, looks like they're just looking at the pitcher. Joey Votto steps out. You know the computer's working. He's analytically looked at his at-bats and the pitcher's at-bats, and here's the 2-1. 2-2. Great pitchers duel last night, won by the Brewers 3-2 after the Reds put a ton of offense on the board in game 1 with a 6-run 3rd inning that salted that one away. And here it's been a little bit of both. 26 hits and 13 runs. Reds lead it 7-6. Line but foul. There's some hitters you can read a swing and attack them. With Joey Votto, he may look bad on that one swing, but he's one step ahead of you.
You're not sure if he's setting you up or not.
Yep, like Albert Pujols.
You're right about
story.
that.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Short lead for Bruce. A little high. We'll go full 3-2. Votto on a 3-2 pitch on Friday night, flied out to left against Mitre. There's ball 4. So Joey walks for the 2nd time today and the 4th time in the series. And that puts an insurance run out at second. Lucroy will go out and talk to Mitre. And here comes Brandon. And the big night that Brandon had on Friday night, a 3-hit night, it was his base hit to center field, a solid line drive that plated Stubbs and gave the Reds a 9-3 lead at that time. They went on to win the game 9-5. Bruce off second and Votto off first. Mitre to the stretch. Look out. Overall against Mitre, Phillips is 5 for 8. A cool 625.
Low bridged him right here.
Woo.
You get to a point as a pitcher, you'll do something dramatic or drastic to try to get that batting average against down a little bit.
5 for 8 will do that, won't it?
Get your attention.
Here's the 1-0. Down to third. McGee will go to second for 1. On to first. Yep, they turn 2. So the Reds' big inning won't occur in the 10th, but they'll take the one shot. Drew Stubbs, a big-time home run for Stubbs, his 5th of the year, and the Reds lead it going to the bottom of 10. Runs. The Reds, yes, they've stranded 12 on the day, but what counts is the one they lead by right now, and they turn it over to the former Brewer closer, Coco.
Well, he was very good when he was wearing a Milwaukee Brewer uniform, and he's been very good as a Red. So far on the year, he's only pitched in 9 ball games and not very many save opportunities, given the fact that we're at the very end of April. He's had 3 opportunities to pick up a save. He's converted all of them. Opponent batting average way down around the 160 mark, and that's getting it done.
Sam LeCure started, went 4 1/3, 6 hits and 4 runs. Bray, Smith, Massett, Andrusek, Chapman for 2, and Cordero will try to wrap it up here in the 10th inning. They got by the big guys thanks to Aroldis Chapman in the 9th inning. So it's Betancourt to lead it off. Betancourt's had a pretty good day. 2 hits, 2 for 4. He'll be followed by Lucroy in the 8th spot, and then Boggs, who came in the double switch in the 9th spot. Yuneski had a single to left and a double to left. Betancourt 1 for 5 in his matchups with Cordero. Remember the first time Cordero came back, Chris, after signing the free agent contract with the Reds. A very emotional return for him. He loved his time here and had good friends in the clubhouse. Well, he's been so happy in Cincinnati, and he's given the Reds the ability to nurture some young pitchers who potentially could be closers of the future.
Well, they certainly have a lot of arms down there that you would put in that category as potential closer. The physical part of it is one thing, and the mental part is something completely different. And most of what that means is being able to turn the page after a bad game and come back and get them the next day like nothing happened. A lot of guys just can't get over it.
We talked about the Brewer teams of the early 80s when Raleigh Fingers was the closer, and all the great closers, whether you give it up or strike out the side, they forget about it. Broken bat, Renteria in, got it, one away. Betancourt retired, and that's what Cordero brings. You don't want your closer panicking when you blow a save, and he's never done that. He'll answer the media questions. You'll see him after the game. He'll be the same guy as he is after he strikes out the side.
Yeah, the best ones that we've ever seen in Reds uniforms, guys like Johnny Franco and Jeff Reardon, Lee Smith when he was with the Reds. You couldn't tell after the ball game whether he just struck out the side or gave up a 3-run homer to lose it. And the next day, the same way. They show up even-keeled as ever, and that's what your whole ball club needs. I mean, if your closer panics, it's likely your whole ball club might panic.
Closer gets a cold, the team gets the flu. Here's Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy today singled, bounced into a fielder's choice that plated a run, then singled again and walked.
And oftentimes, you never know where it's going to lay out, but the closer ends up coming in pitching to the bottom of the order, and the setup guy ends up in the middle of the order, like Massett did in the 7th inning. And Chapman worked through just about the entire order in his inning and 2/3. So here's Cordero with 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup.
I think if you talk to Brian Price when this one is over, if the Reds hold on to win, I mean, you got to be happy, and Mike Stefanski and Porky Lopez in the bullpen will be too, because everybody in the bullpen will have contributed to this. No balls, 2 strikes. There's another weak ground ball. That's a jam job. 2 away. That'll sting for a while.
He's finding the knuckles.
And here comes Boggs for his first at bat in the 9th spot in the order.
It's a very important ball game. I know Dusty Baker, they've only won 1 game each of their last 3 series that they've played, going back to the homestand and then the 3-game series they had in St. Louis. And now you come in here and you got the rubber game. And it makes a difference between a good road trip when you're 3-3 and a bad road trip when you go home 2-4. Day off tomorrow, then they face Josh Johnson of the Florida Marlins. So it's a tough weekend ahead. That's why this ball game is so important.
Vasquez, Johnson, and Nolasco for Florida over the weekend. Friday it's Travis Wood. Saturday Edinson Volquez. Sunday Bronson Arroyo for the Reds. Night game, day game.
I thought it was Josh Johnson on the first day. We get him on Saturday instead.
Anytime you see him, look out. He's been red hot.
It's a good matchup of a couple of hard throwers right there. Edinson Volquez, who's been dialing it up 95 to 96, and Josh Johnson, who's one of the premier power pitchers in the game. That would be a great game to come and catch if you're thinking about a ball game over the weekend.
7 o'clock on Friday, 7 o'clock Saturday. That's the Josh Johnson. He's 3-0, 1.06. Edinson got it back going, Chris. He had a good appearance in St. Louis, even though he gave up the home run to Yadi Molina.
I think he found his cruising speed in the first inning, and that's what you want to do.
Cordero cruising speed here. Got 2 quick outs. Boggs bounces one to the right side. Votto will shovel it, and yes, sirree. Coco Cordero is 4 for 4 in saves, and the Reds, after losing on a home run yesterday, take a home run from Drew Stubbs and win the series 2-1. Stubbs' home run gives the Reds a 7-6 win. That's a smiling side of the scoreboard, Chris.
Well, this is the kind of ball club we saw play last year, grinding it out late in the ball game, winning the game today in their last at bat, the 10th inning when Drew Stubbs hits the home run. Really, kudos to the bullpen. They really kept this ball game in hand. Nice ball game overall. They played good defense. They left a lot of guys on base, but this is a ball game I think that Dusty Baker and the ball club really felt that they needed to have, and they came out against a very tough Brewer club, and we were able to make it happen.
Well, it's a bullpen that did the job today. After LeCure, Brace, Smith, Masick, Andrusek, Chapman, and Cordero all deliver. But the guy who delivered the key hit that made the difference is Drew Stubbs, and he's downstairs with Jeff Picoro.
Well, thank you very much, George. Drew Stubbs with me here, and boy, this was a game you jumped on him early, Drew, but the big play comes in extra innings, and I'll tell you what, shorten your swing, and you absolutely crushed that ball. And a bunch of your home runs this year have been absolute blasts.
Yeah, well, I'd missed a lot of pitches throughout the day, and it feels good to capitalize on one right when it counted there at the end. And we battled, got the early lead, like you said. They punched back, and luckily we were able to hang on.
How important was this win today? Obviously, you go to St. Louis, and it was horrible weather those 3 games, and they take 2 out of 3. You come in here, you win the first one, give one away yesterday in a great pitcher's duel. Today it was more for the hitters, but important win today, wasn't it?
Absolutely. To capture that series against a division opponent like the Brewers was a huge win for us, and to complete the road trip, I think at 500, I think it was, and come out of it with a win like we did, and going to the off day, it's going to be nice.
It's going to be the 3 of you, I think, St. Louis and Milwaukee, as you watch these games. There's not a whole lot of difference between the 3 teams. You guys are obviously going to get better and get stronger as you get the Homer Baileys and Johnny Cueto's back, but how big is it to win these games early and prove to yourselves and to the other team in the other dugout that you can beat them?
Well, like you said, it's going to be a dogfight the whole year, and I think it's such a fine line that's going to separate these teams, and that's why it's so important to win games like this. And we're going to play these guys along with the Cardinals and other divisional teams a lot during the year, and we got to scratch and claw our way to every win we can.
Finally, Drew, how big is it to have a day off tomorrow? This has been a big series with St. Louis, and then this series here that goes to extra innings. Get to go home and relax tomorrow. How big is that before you got to face Florida and that pitching staff?
Well, for an off day this time of year, it's just as much a big a day off as emotionally as it is physically. So we can sit back, relax a little bit, kind of clear the slate, and get ready for the Marlins.
Well, congratulations on a big win today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That's Drew Stubbs. Huge home run in extra innings. The difference in today's win for the Reds, and a huge to get 2 out of 3 out of the Milwaukee Brewers. Well, coming up, it is Reds Live. And on Reds Live, well, with that victory, a big one for the Reds. They win the rubber match, so they take 2 out of 3. And that also evened the series, or the road trip, I should say, at 3-3. So the Reds go home over 500 on that. Also coming up on Reds Live, we're going to preview the Florida Marlins as they come to town. As I just said to Drew, with that very, very tough pitching staff, you're going to see 2 of the top pitchers in the National League coming in on Saturday and Sunday. All that and more coming up on Reds Live. But once again, the Reds were winners in extra innings, a thrilling victory, 7-6. We'll be back to talk all about it after this.